Session adjourned regular meeting of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Keller-Jedovich. Here. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron,
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Do we have any blue folder items for closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay. There's no one in the public here. Anybody online for public communications on closed session items and non-agenda items?
We do not have anyone on Zoom, and there are no e-comments for closed session.
Okay. Let's see. Can you read off what we'll be discussing in closed session?
Yes. As authorized by the government code is listed on the published agenda, the following item will be discussed in closed session. Item F1, conference with real property negotiator. The property is 309 Esplanade. Thank you.
Thank you. This was a short one. City Manager Witsansky, who will be speaking to this item.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Myself, City Attorney Joy Ford, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park, Senior Deputy City Attorney Christine Shin, Community Services Director Elizabeth House, and Deputy Community Services Director Kelly Orta.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to recess to closed session?
Move to recess to closed session.
Second.
Motion and a second, all for?
Aye.
Okay, we are recessed to closed session. We will be back on or about 6 p.m. to report out any reportable actions and to start the regular open session. Thank you. Open session from closed session. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kalujetovich,
Here.
Councilmember Obashi,
Here.
Councilmember Barron,
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here.
Thank you.
Let's see, do we, City Manager Wojciechowski, do we have any announcements from the closed session?
No announcements this evening, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to adjourn to our regular meeting?
I move we adjourn to the regular meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council. Could I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujetovich,
Here.
Councilmember Obashi,
Here.
Councilmember Barron,
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. If we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience, please stand to be recognized for your service. Okay, and let us all stand for the salute to the flag and remain standing for a moment of silence. I'd like to call up Hunter, who will lead us in the pledge. Hunter, the floor is all yours.
Good evening. My name is Hunter. I am a fifth grader at Alta Vista Elementary School. My favorite subject in school is science. I love the robotics programs in Redondo Beach. Now, please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, please be seated. Hunter, come on up. Meet the council. Thank you for leading the pledge. You did a great job. Great job.
Hunter.
Okay, you want to stand? Thanks, Hunter. Great job. Okay, now to presentations, proclamations, and announcements. I do have a couple of proclamations and presentations tonight, so we will start with that. Thank you. Okay, the first one is related to National Safe Boating Week. This is a proclamation for May 17th through 23rd, May 23rd. I would like to invite up Commander Stephen Chick of Flotilla 12-05 Beach Cities of the Coast Guard Auxiliary, and Rick Horner, Public Affairs Staff Officer for Division 12 Santa Monica, to join me up here at the podium. Thanks for coming out today. We're proud to partner with the National Safe Boating Council, the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary, and many others in recognizing National Safe Boating Week, which takes place May 17th through May 23rd. This week serves as an important reminder to our community members and visitors about the value of staying safe while enjoying recreational boating. Safety on the water truly saves lives. For those of you not familiar, the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary is the uniformed volunteer civilian branch of the U.S. Coast Guard, established by Congress in 1939. Its primary mission is to promote recreational boating safety. Today, nearly 32,000 auxiliary members across the country support the Coast Guard's active duty and reserve forces in a wide range of non-combat roles, including public education, safety outreach, and marine environmental protection. Here in our area, Flotilla 12-5 Beach Cities, based in King Harbor, and Division 12 Santa Monica Bay, are actively involved in offering boating safety courses, free vessel safety checks, and community outreach programs in collaboration with local marinas and businesses. We're honored to have representatives from the Coast Guard Auxiliary with us tonight. Would either of you like to make a public comment here?
Thank you, Mayor Light and council members. and thank you all the audience members for attending tonight. Your Honor, Mayor Light and the Redondo Beach City Council members, on behalf of the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary Flotilla 12-5 Beach Cities and Division 12 Santa Monica Bay, we're honored, humbled, and greatly appreciative for Redondo Beach presenting these proclamations. The city joins as a valuable resource in recognizing the value of proclaiming May 17th through the 23rd, 2025 as National Safe Boating Week. The National Safe Boating Week is an annual event led by National Safe Boating Council, as well as many organizational and community partners to reduce easily preventable recreational boating injuries, fatalities, and other losses for members and visitors of this great community. Following our 2023 statistics from the Coast Guard to reinforce the importance of advocating for safe boating practices and complementary boating education within the communities. Nationally, the U.S. Coast Guard counted almost 44,000 incidents that involved 564 preventable deaths, 2,126 injuries, and nearly $63 million of damage to property as a result of recreational boating accidents. California recorded 339 accidents, resulting in 33 deaths and 164 injuries, the second highest state following Florida. Alcohol use is the leading known contributing factor in fatal boating accidents, and where the primary cause was known, alcohol is listed as a leading factor in 17% of the deaths. Where the cause of death was known, 87% of the drowning victims in recreational boating accidents were not wearing a life jacket or a personal flotation device. Where instruction was known, 75% of the deaths occurred on boats where the operator did not receive boating safety instruction, contrasted by only 15% of the deaths occurred on vessels where the operator had only received nationally approved boating safety instruction. And importantly, 4 out of 5 boaters who drowned were using vessels 21 feet in length or less. So think of personal watercraft as well. As of January 1st, 2025, the California State Parks Division of Boating and Waterways requires all powerboat operators, including sailboats and paddlecraft that are equipped with motors, to obtain and carry the California Boater Card while boating under their operational control, with limited exceptions. The Coast Guard Auxiliary frequently offers public education courses on boating safety, which participants can earn a completion certificate that is a major part of the California Boater Card requirements. Lastly, we'd also like to congratulate Captain Kurt Mahoney with his newest assignment as Harbor Master for King Harbor, and we look forward to assisting him in increase the safety of the harbor through efforts such as complimentary vessel examinations provided by members of the Coast Guard Auxiliary, as well as recreational boating safety outreach and public education programs. Again, Mayor Light and council members, thank you so much.
I think my chief said it all. On behalf of all the auxiliaries that volunteer to assist, to augment the Coast Guard and to provide boater safety classes, I want to thank you for this honor. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, thank you, and we've got the only harbor between the Port of LA and Marina del Rey, so the services you provide are so critical to our population of boaters, SUPers, paddlers who are out there every day, so we really appreciate your presence. On behalf of the residents of Redondo Beach, the City Council, and as Mayor of Redondo Beach, I hereby proclaim this National Safe Boating Week. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I have one more tonight. This is National Public Works Week. Andy Wingeef, our Director of Public Works, could you come on up and represent the Public Works folks of Redondo Beach? This week, May 18th through the 24th, we join communities across the country in recognizing National Public Works Week. The 2025 theme is People, Purpose, Presence, which highlights the core values that inspire public works professionals in their daily service. Public works is all about people, the individuals and communities served by the essential infrastructure and services that keep life running smoothly for all of us. That service gives public works its purpose, improving public health safety, mobility, and quality of life. And although their work often happens behind the scenes, Public Works is always present, maintaining roads, managing stormwater, ensuring clean water, and so much more. Often, the better they do their job, the less we get to see what they do or notice what they do, because everything is simply working as it should. But this quiet success doesn't mean their efforts go unseen or underappreciated. If you see any of our crews working in our parks, on our streets, anywhere in the city, take a moment to say thank you. A small gesture of appreciation goes a long way. Tonight, we thank and celebrate our dedicated Public Works professionals for their expertise, their commitment, and the vital role they play in the well-being of our community every day. So, Andy, any words you want to add?
I'd like to invite up our Deputy Director, Mike Klein, and our City Engineer, Lauren Sablon. Mike and Lauren lead our two operational divisions in Public Works. Lauren's our City Engineer. She manages our engineering division, and Mike oversees all of our operational divisions, the field work that we do. And I just wanted to share this moment with them because they are a vital part, as are all of our crews and all the people that they lead, to providing the services that you guys rely on. A couple of things about Public Works in Redondo Beach. Our department employs about a quarter, 25% of the city's full-time employees. We're responsible for about 25% of the city's operational expenditures budget. We manage over 100 projects in our capital improvement program worth about $30 million in appropriations for next year. About 80% of that next year is coming from grant funding. So the importance of mining money from other sources is always forefront in our minds, and we deliver about 20 projects every year. We're really proud to be here, really grateful for your words and for all the support that we get from the council and very kind comments throughout the year from the dais. We appreciate that. And we just want to make sure that the community is aware that we are here to serve. Please use Access Redondo. Please use our webpage. Please use the phone call. Any way you can get word to us about things going on in the community, we're happy to respond to it. Thank you all very much.
So thank you, Andy. Those are great words. So on behalf of the residents of Redondo Beach, on behalf of the City Council and as mayor, I proclaim this National Public Works Week and would like to present this to you. Well, I thought Luke was going to jump in the Thanks for all you do.
Good job, gentlemen and ladies.
Thank you. Let's keep it down.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mike, and Lauren. Thank you, Mike.
We're here tomorrow, right?
Thank you.
See you tomorrow at 9.
Okay, now any announcements or any AB 1, 2, 3, 4 travel expense reports? Councilmember Waller.
Yes, I'd like to remind people that there will be a Memorial Day ceremony at the Redondo Beach Veterans Memorial honoring our past, present, and future veterans. The 1-hour ceremony will begin at 1 p.m. on Monday, May 26th at Veterans Park, followed by a barbecue at the Elks, which I believe is traditionally free to veterans. Otherwise, it's a small donation, and it's a great afternoon.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Castle.
Just a reminder that on the 29th, we will be having a joint community board, District 3 and District 2 community meeting at the library on the 2nd floor on the 29th at 5:30 p.m. That's all I have.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yeah, just to add to it, I want to shout out to the Redondo Beach PTA. Also in light of water safety, they put on a water safety event. Captain Mahoney was there. LA County lifeguards were there, and even the Coast Guard showed up. It was amazing. They were doing swim assessments for kids, CPR demos, safety skills, open to everyone. So, as someone who's an avid swimmer, Water safety is super important, and I'm really thankful to our PTA for putting this on for the entire community. And shout out to the Coast Guard as well.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Right. Last Friday, I went with my wife to the RBF Gala. I saw Councilmember Kalajerovich, Councilmember Waller there, City Attorney Joy Ford. I didn't realize until my daughter was about to start kindergarten in Redondo how much the Educational Foundation does for our school district to support it in teaching our kids, getting them the resources that they need in the school. So I'm very thankful for them. I'll also announce my community meeting on June 5th. That's a Thursday. It'll be at the Perry Park Senior Center at 6 p.m. We'll discuss strategic planning, the results of that, the proposed budget, the LaBasse projects being hired to do art on Artesia Boulevard, and much more. So see you then. Thank you.
Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to remind, we are going to have the District 5 Community Meeting next Wednesday, May 28th, 6 p.m. Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. And we are going to have a special guest. It's going to be our elected city attorney, Joy Ford. She's here tonight. She'll be at the meeting, putting forward her vision for our city from her perspective, quality of life, prosecutions, keeping us safe. And she'll also be taking questions, providing answers, and listening to your input. So it's open to everybody, all districts, residents, and others. So please join us Wednesday, May 28th, 6 p.m., Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. Refreshments will be served. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I just want to highlight that she may be very tired because last night at, I think after midnight, you were still sending out emails responding to things we had from the community. So I think it'll be interesting for the folks to hear from her direct instead of through our emails back from her. So thank you for what you do. I did attend a Cal Recycle hearing last week. We were appealing the, if you've been to Dominguez Park, you know we redid the playground there and it's closed, and that's due to Cal Recycle and the local LA County Health. We were appealing to open up the park early. Unfortunately, myself, Director Wingy, and Director House drove all the way out there, sat for like 40 minutes, and then the third board member of the appeal hearing never showed up. So unfortunately, that has to be rescheduled. So no outcome on that yet, but we're fighting to get that thing open. So thanks to both of you for attending, and hopefully we can get it rescheduled quickly. Okay, that's all I had. Can I get a motion? We're going down to item E if you're following on the agenda. Could I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
Mayor, before we do that, one request from staff, if we could pull the contract listed under item H5, I'd like to bring that back as a consent calendar item next month.
Okay,
I move the agenda as modified.
do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all four?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, so we're going to, on the agenda as ordered in what you have in your handout or what you're following online. Going down to item G, do we have any blue folder items?
Yes, Mayor. H8, Memorandum of Understanding with the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority, Public Communication. H11, a second amendment to the agreement with the City of Hermosa Beach, increase the monthly fee, revised agreement, minor updates to Section 2, month added to fee schedule. J1, public participation on non-agenda items, public communication. And 1, proposed second amendment to the city's solid waste handling service agreement with Athens, email from Councilman Obaji. And 2, regarding approval of the city's coyote management and response plan, revised PowerPoint and public communication. Thank you, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All four?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Looks like the ayes have it. Okay, now we're going to go into the consent calendar, item H. Would any member of the council like to pull any of the items to discuss under the excluded consent calendar?
No.
Nope.
Councilmember Kalajerovich?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Barrett?
No, thank you.
Okay, so we are pulling nothing from the consent calendar for discussion afterwards. However, the city manager did pull H5 to continue to another meeting. So can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar items?
Motion to approve everything but H5.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before we vote, does any member of the public wish to address any of the items H1 through H12 with the exception of H5 before we vote? Okay, no one in the audience? Anyone online?
I have no e-comments and no raised hands on Zoom. Thank you.
Okay, I'll call the vote then. All four?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Is there anything you have to read?
None today?
None tonight.
Yep.
Okay. There is no excluded consent calendar items. So now we go down to J. That is the public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action tonight. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and we'll start with written requests first, and I do have some written requests tonight. Okay, so first is Ray Lawson, and the second is Jim Mueller. So Ray, we're ready to hear from you.
Good evening, Mayor Light, City Council members. Hi, my name is Ray Lawson, and we are with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters, Local 562. We're just here for public announcement of public awareness campaign to just remind City Council members, Mayor, and also the City Manager about wage theft, about what we call a subcontractor disclosure ordinance. In other cities, we've approached with the City Manager and with the City Council in agreement. What a subcontractor disclosure ordinance does is we have a lot of building going on in Redondo Beach, a lot of homes being built, but a lot of times we don't know what they're getting paid, how they're getting paid, and are they paying taxes on the work that's being done? And does the city of Redondo Beach miss out on that? Because nobody's really tracking that. They have rules and laws put into effect, city attorney, but is anybody having accountability of that these projects, that they don't have cash pay going on, that they don't have misclassification of workers? Just wage theft in general. It's rampant throughout the state of California. California is the highest state where that occurs, where contractors misclassify workers. They bring them in from out of state, immigrant workers. They take advantage of them and they pay them in cash. And a lot of times they're working right there they live right in the job site that they're working on. And we, as carpenters, we keep track of that because that's the work that we do. And a lot of times, when that work is not being done, the city is hurt, everyone is hurt. And it's our work, so the work, and we want to protect that work. We want to make sure that that work is being done with a livable wage. And so we just would like to talk about that and introduce that to the city of Redondo Beach. The ordinance it has rules to it where contractors would have to just pretty much give information saying, have they been violated that law? Have they been caught doing that, doing wage theft, doing tax fraud? And they have records of that in the state, in the city. And if they have, it's just transparency. It's just so everybody can know that these contractors are working in your city and they have violated those rules in the past. So we just like to introduce that. I have information on it. I can send it to the city manager, city attorney, and that way everybody in the city will know that the work that's being done in the city of Redondo Beach, that it's fair, that the taxes are being accumulated from that and being able to take care of schools, healthcare, police, fire, and all those things are being addressed by that. Because construction draws in billions and billions of dollars, millions and millions of dollars right into the city, and we just want to ensure that the taxes go to the right place. So thank you for your time, and thank you for hearing me out.
Okay, thank you. Do you have material to?
I can email it because it's a lot.
Okay, I thought you said you had some for the.
I can email it to the city manager. I have your email.
Okay, if you had something here, I'd
attorneys.
I'd have the council move to receive and file it, but.
Okay.
Okay, we'll take
Thank you.
email, however you want to get it to us.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Jim Mueller, and then Pedro Huerta. having trouble reading the writing, so hopefully I got that right.
Good evening, council. Thank you for hearing me, and it's always a privilege to address you. ACAP, the Artesia Aviation Corridors Action Plan, is mentioned whenever Artesia Boulevard development or improvement is discussed. ACAP is supposed to be the huge improvement that's going to set off big happenings on Artesia. Well, first, ACAP is 4.5 years old, a delay that doesn't really reflect a sense of urgency. Second, it needs voter approval. When's that going to happen? And third, many changes ACAP proposes will require money, but the ACAP relies on the city's general fund and the Galleria impact fees. The general fund is tight as it is, and the Galleria has become a private equity ping pong ball. One Artesia beautification is moving forward, 3 art projects paid for by John Parsons. These are 3 art projects on a mile-long Artesia corridor, as well as the aviation one. One of the beneficial changes recommended by ACAP is establishing a business improvement district on Artesia. A small group of citizens tried to explore that, but a representative of the Planning Commission was consulted as to what help the city would give us to do that. None, he said. I sure hope the city's new Economic Development Committee comes up with something. Hope springs eternal, but it doesn't take a committee to know that consumer businesses love a crowd. The neighborhoods all around Artesia are crowded with people who need and buy goods and services. Why doesn't the city try some simple things to get that crowd to Artesia to buy stuff? For example, NRBBA sponsors a 1 or 2 evening event called Dine Around. The last Dine Around got a lot of people out on the boulevard. The next event in August will expand the activity to 2 nights and beyond restaurants. More active events like Dine Around might help. What about a public market in the green space? Those markets draw crowds. Some knowledgeable former city people think a public market in that space could be arranged. Rick McQuillan wants to develop a special social media app that will connect residents with businesses on Artesia. Why not give him some help? Waiting around for the ACAP to be approved and paid for is a loser's game. I suggest that the city set small goals and move forward now with action. Thank you.
Thank you. Pedro Puerta? Did I say that right?
Yeah, you did, actually.
All right.
Huerta.
Before you go, could I ask you guys to sit down because you're blocking the view of the people behind you? I'd appreciate that. We see your orange vests. We know why you're here.
You look good.
They do it in support, carpenters. So I'm Pedro Huerta with the Carpenters, Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. We're 12 states wide, pretty much the whole Western United States we cover. Our local, from the South Bay local, covers from Huntington Beach up to the airport, pretty much all the beach cities. So this is our area, our jurisdictional area where we go and pretty much check out all the job sites going around. So we're pretty much here to make you guys aware. Pretty sure you guys heard of us. If not, I mean, we're making a loud statement today. But yeah, pretty much implementation of PLA on all the jobs out here, right? Preventing wages, help prevent wage theft from happening with all these other companies coming in here and trying to do cash pay with no, how do you say it? They have no, for their payrolls, right? Nobody's checking their payrolls, making sure they're getting paid right. Making sure they got good jobs, good wages, good benefits for their workers. And that's where we come in. We implement all that with our workers, have a livable wage out here, especially in these times right now, how everything's inflated. I mean, who can survive off $15, $16 an hour, right? Living in the job sites with their families and kids, because that happens in some of these job sites. I'm sure you guys are not aware of that, but sometimes we find that happening at the job sites. Literally families living at the job sites, that's not right. So we're trying to prevent all that, give everybody a fair opportunity for these jobs. We also offer an apprenticeship program, state-approved apprenticeship program, which I went through. So I've been in the carpenters for about 20 years, and that's where I started. I started from first period all the way out to 8th period, and then you journey out, you become a full-blown journeyman carpenter. And that changed my life. It kept me away from going down the wrong path, right, making a left turn. right? So it kept me on the straight path. Now I'm a representative for the council. So I'm pretty proud to say that right now. So that's what the carpenters offer. And we're hoping that you guys can assist us and kind of implement laws. So future projects or projects that are gonna start happening here in the city of Redondo Beach get PLAs implemented into them. And that's what we're seeking. Obviously, like we're saying, trying to prevent the wage theft from happening. And pretty much it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else wish to address the council? That's the last card I had on 9 agenda items. Okay, oh, come on up.
Hello, my name is German Herman. I'm also with the Carpenters Union, a little close right there. So part of the South Bay Carpenters as well. I've lived in the South Bay for the past 20 years now. And like my partner said here, we're very passionate about the subject just because of what it's done to change our lives. You know, we get to mentor the apprentices that come up, people that come behind us. You see there's people here today that got off of their job and they don't get paid to do this. They just do this out of their own time, volunteering, because we want to make an impact on the next group. So we did come and ask if you could support us in certain things that we feel passionate about, but we also come to extend a hand. And that's with our volunteer program. We have the Carpenters Union participation program. We show up to events like this. We go and we do not necessarily clean up, but we'll go and you're into Little League, we could build backstops, we could build benches, whatever the community likes. We have people that live in this community, live in the South Bay, and would like to reach a hand out and say, here we are. Ray will send you an email and you could get back with us if you have any opportunities that we can help you with. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience wish to address the city council on non-agenda items? Okay, anyone online?
I have no comments. I have no Zoom also.
Okay, so that concludes public comments. Thank you. Let's see, with that, we're jumping down to item N, items for discussion prior to action. The first one is N1, discussion and possible direction on proposed Second Amendment to City Solid Waste Handling Services Agreement. Who's going to speak to that?
Yeah, I think
Director
I'll briefly
Wingy?
introduce Director Wingy here. I don't know if there's any others that I think Andrea's coming up, trying to get the PowerPoint going. So just high-level introduction here. Tonight's an introductory item. We aren't seeking any specific action. We are seeking direction on the proposed amendment to our solid waste handling services agreement. This is our largest vendor agreement in the city year over year. Athens Services has been with the community for going on, I think, 15 years now. The initial contract was let in 2011. By all accounts, they've been an outstanding hauler for us. They've been responsive to service demands, and they have continued to serve this community well over the duration of their contract and their First Amendment. There have been some changes in the industry that necessitate this conversation. We aren't here because we want to be here. We're here because the industry has changed and is requiring us to be here. So I'm going to let Andy go through what's happening. They're going to give you a little bit of background on what's included in our current agreement with Athens Services and what is ultimately being proposed to address the issues and the industry changes that have occurred since our last amendment, which I believe occurred in 2019. So with that, Andy, why don't you go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Mike. Good evening, members of the council and the mayor. As Mike mentioned, this is the city's biggest vendor contract. We've been in business with Athens since 2011. It's amazing how complicated this work is. For a simple thing as throwing a cup away in a trash can, this turns into a very complicated and very highly regulated industry. So my last year as the Public Works Department lead has taught me a lot about this very thing. So I'll go through quickly our current agreement. Big picture here, it's annual contract value of about $15.5 million, which includes about $5.25 million of city pass-through. We collect money from our residential property owners through their property taxes, and we are invoiced by Athens for the services that they provide and pay that invoice about $5.25 million. Here you see a timeline also of our contract we first entered into at the beginning of the fiscal year in 2011. In July 2019. As Mike mentioned, we went through a First Amendment discussion and agreement there. We're now in year 6 of 9 years that came from that 2019 agreement. We're just finishing up year 6, so we have 3 more years to go under that contract that would expire, if not extended, in 2028. And the current contract also has a 24-month potential extension if the city chooses to exercise that. Our current rates are fairly competitive. We're very much middle of the pack, if not low end of the pack. And certainly you can see there among the beach cities where they're all huddled right around us. For our residential services rates, this is a comparison of what the customer sees for a 96-gallon trash cart, which is the black, green, and blue carts for those 96-gallon size. On the right side of the screen, you can see our commercial rates. Again, middle of the pack, fairly competitive with the cities right around us. This is the estimate for what we call a 3-yard bin, serviced 1 time per week, and the dimensions of a 3-yard bin are there in that other graphic. In addition to good rates and below market rates in some cases, we receive a number of included services and additional community benefits that are probably at least unique in volume, if not unique to the city. The number of benefits that we receive from Athens through this contract. Street sweeping is one very big item that removed a lot of financial burden from the city having to maintain that service through its own forces. We collect about $360,000 in road impact fees that we apply mostly to capital programs, our slurry seal program typically. We receive staff reimbursement for one of our positions to help us manage the paperwork and the interface with the public on their service requirements. The city and the school district both receive collection services at no cost in unlimited volumes, so that's a big benefit to us. The city's own projects, construction and demolition debris and hazardous waste removal is included in this contract. The state requires us to meet certain procurement targets of recycled material, which was getting hard for us to do, things like paper and compost and that. So Athens actually procures those on our behalf as part of this contract to help us check the box there with the state requirement. You're familiar with the composting and shredding events that they service for us, Christmas tree removal, community outreach and education, and bulky item pickup. It's probably one of the most generous items that around. It's almost nearly unlimited, not quite, I won't say unlimited, 5 items a week, every week all through the year. Where I live, I get 20 items a year, one-time pickup. So just for comparison, it's a pretty generous program there. That's all part of our current package. As Mike mentioned, the industry has changed quite a bit since 2011 and even since 2019. New state mandates, changes in the industry. The secondary market for recycled goods has dropped precipitously in the last several years. There are just no real buyers. That building that's Andrea's got her cursor on and now a red line through is the SURF building, which is an acronym. I don't know what it stands for anymore. It's lost somewhere in there, but it's a facility that would take landfill bound waste, otherwise bound for the landfill, and turn it into energy that counted towards our transformation. It's called transformation, counted towards our diversion goals. That facility closed early last year. It's no longer an option for us to divert trash to that facility. So click one more time for me, Andrea. So that 25% target in our current contract for transformation now has to go back to the landfill, which is driving partly one of the main drivers for this amendment is that we are having to reclassify some of this fill. We had a diversion target of 75% based on the transformation piece and the things you're more familiar with, like recycling and organics. Now we're looking at 50% is really about the best we can do, given the loss of the SURF facility. The other requirement is requirement for 3-stream service. On the bottom left there's a picture of a bin and a small organics cart. This is typical of a multifamily, small multifamily residential facility where recycling and trash would go in the same big bin. And then it would go to the sorting facility, the multi-waste sorting facility in that picture just to the right of it, where recyclables were harvested out of that and directed in one direction, and the landfill products would head off to the landfill. The state has effectively made that impossible to comply with anymore because there are just no certified sorting facilities that meet their standards. I think there's one in the state in Northern California, but very high standards there. So we can't rely on that anymore. And so we're having to move all of those properties that are using the 2-bin system to a 3-bin system where we'll rely on the residents, the customers to sort primarily at the source and won't be able to do that in the MRF anymore.
May I ask a quick question, Mayor?
Yes.
Is there any prospect of additional facilities certified by the state coming online that would do that sorting in the next 5 or so years?
Those are all proprietary businesses that do that, so I'm not as familiar. The state's not providing any. We would rely on the industry to provide that. And Athens, by the way, I should have said Athens' representatives are here tonight, as well as we have a consultant for this contract, HF&H. They're available online for questions as well. So maybe Athens could answer that question if we can put a pin in it for now, because I'm not sure the answer to that. Thank you. The next one. In addition to the kind of the industry and state mandates that are impacting this contract, Athens has also proposed several additional amendments. We've highlighted a few on this slide, but we have a full list in your staff report. And we also have some backup slides in case you want to look at those, all of those together. But one of the big ones is a rate structure adjustment for multifamily residential and commercial properties, specifically multifamily residential of 5 units or more. Moving that from, we have 3 schedules right now, 3 rate schedules. We have a single family residential rate schedule, which actually includes properties up to 300 lots. We have a multifamily residential schedule, which is just like it sounds, multifamilies 4 units or more. And then we have a commercial schedule. And Athens is proposing to take the multifamily units of 5 units or more to the commercial schedule. The services they receive look very much like the commercial services, no longer using carts, but using bins instead for collection. So that's part of their proposal. The other is bundling services. And I'll let them explain more about that, but locking in some bundled rates for these 2 service lines, the multifamily residential and the commercial. They're introducing an optional scout service right now. Scout services are included in our rates, and they can clarify. There's probably an asterisk next to that statement that they would like to share. But their proposal would separate that and charge only those people who use the scout services. The SB 1383 program changes has to do.
What's a scout service?
Scout service, I'm sorry, the lower left picture there, it's a small Jeep or truck that goes into a tight garage and pulls out the bin, makes it available to the big truck that dumps it and hauls it out of the city. So
otherwise the development has to roll it out themselves?
That's right.
Thank you.
SB 1383 program changes. Again, Andrea is here with me. Andrea is our specialist in solid waste contract and can get into the more detail, but this has to do with state required changes related to contamination rates and making better products in our recycle lines, in our landfill lines, keeping those items separate, our organics lines. And then Athens has also proposed an exclusive roll-off service, a citywide franchise agreement, as part of a franchise agreement. Currently, home builders, others using roll-off services, they still need to register their use of those roll-offs with the city so we can count the amount of trash that leaves the city, but they're not required to use Athens. And Athens has, as part of their proposal, bringing that into a part of the franchise. There are some advantages for the city. We do charge administrative fees for tons. We would get some additional administrative fees from that use. And Athens, as part of their proposal, they would take liability for the city's compliance with diversion targets because they would have better control on all the trash leaving the city and not just the commercial and residential pickups. Finally, another key amendment here is an extension of the term. This is, they will probably tell you this is necessary to finance new equipment needed for the three-stream system. The longer the contract, essentially, the better the rates because they can guarantee some rate stability and lock in some of their contracts. They are proposing that we would extend our contract from today, 10 years, so a total 7-year extension from our existing expiration date with 2 optional 5-year periods beyond that, all at the city's option if we wanted to extend beyond the 2035 date. Finally, this is not part of the necessarily Athens request. This is state law. Prop 218 requires us to go through a process of notifying the public, and I'll get into the details in a minute, but anytime we change the methodology to our rates, we have to go through that. So for the customers that are affected, in this case, it would be the multifamily residential and the commercial accounts only, not the single family accounts. We would have to go through the Prop 218 process. You may remember we did this last year. We did it for everybody because the law requires us to do it for everybody every 5 years. So last year we did it as our 5-year cycle, and this would be a new Prop 218 episode to adjust the rate methodology here. Prop 218 is, you're probably familiar a little bit with it, a mail-in ballot to those affected customers. We would go through a majority protest hearing. Council would oversee that hearing, and if so chooses, would adopt the new rate structure at that time, provided there's no majority protest. The new rates would be allowed to go into effect upon the adoption at the stated effective date. Staff thinks it'll take us about 3 months to get through that process if we elect to move forward with that. However, it does require the rate schedule to be settled before we go out, because we have to advertise those new rates. So we do need to negotiate the agreement at least through that portion of it before we begin the Prop 218 process. So staff recommendation tonight is to discuss and provide us direction on the proposed amendment topics, the key ones we've highlighted, or any of them really that are in the list in your staff report there. You may have additional questions and desire additional information. We'd like to know about that so we can begin to get that information from Athens and perhaps HF&H. And then your advice and direction on next steps and process and how we want to pursue this proposed Second Amendment. So that concludes my comments. Mike, if you've got anything else you want to.
No, but I do think we ought to, at the council's discretion, the mayor's discretion, invite Athens up to provide any introductory comments that they would like to share, and then I'm sure you'll all have questions for them. So.
And I've got notes in case anyone's got any additional questions, right? Good evening, Honorable Mayor Light and members of the City Council. My name is Sharon Shapiro-Fox, and I am the Vice President of Government Affairs here at Athens Services. I'm joined here by my colleagues, John Beerley, our area president, as well as James Imatani, our Division Vice President, who runs our local yard where all of the trucks run out of. As a bit of background, Athens Services is a local and family-owned business, and as noted, we've been servicing the city of Redondo Beach since 2011. Each week, we service the nearly 17,000 residential customers, 600 commercial customers, and nearly 1,500 multifamily customers in the city, and we know this community probably better than any other utility or service provider that is in the city. Our team is here daily to ensure that service is delivered to the highest standard, and we are local, accessible, and I would hope, that you would all agree that we provide great service. As noted, I think Andy touched on kind of the plethora of services that are included as part of this agreement. It's, I don't want to say unheard of, but certainly unprecedented. And when you look at neighboring cities, right, much like any of you in the South Bay do, you look at who's getting the best rate and who's getting the most services. And I think it's important to note the street sweeping, the city services, the increase of volume that you guys are all receiving, as well as the vast community resources, right? In 2025 alone, we collected nearly 26 tons of holiday trees. I think it's important to make these distinctions because of the significant cost savings that these all bring to the city. Through the course of the agreement's inception, there have been a number of things that have impacted the solid waste industry, beginning with AB 341, AB 1826, China Sword, the Green Fence, and most recently, SB 1383. These are all external and unfunded mandates, and they're just the beginning of the changes that have impacted the solid waste industry over the last several years. As noted in 2024 SURF, which is the Southeast Area Resource Recovery Facility, the only remaining transformation facility in the greater Los Angeles and Southern California region was closed. We are now traveling greater distance and paying more to process mixed waste per ton. Now, mixed waste processing facilities are having a hard time getting certified by the state's regulatory arm, CalRecycle, in order to meet the new 2025 diversion requirements of 75%. This is why it's needed to comply with SB 1383 to go to a 3-stream collection. Residential customers are already compliant and have already trashed recycling and commercial service. I know that, as noted, everybody in the South Bay looks to their neighboring cities, and I want to remind you that there is a significant volatility in the disposal landscape, with projections increasing over the next several months and beyond. In 2017, one of the cities right next door went to RFP, and in the end, the incumbent hauler was selected with rates that increased overnight upwards of 60%. I, along with our team, are here to help answer any questions that you may have this evening and moving forward. And I believe, Councilmember Barron, you asked about, long range, what does that mean, right, as far as the certification process? And are facilities looking to get certified with mixed waste processing? Everybody is really going to this 3-stream model. The challenge is that the state, CalRecycle, is requiring 3/4 consecutive for certification. And so the challenge is, if a facility does not meet that, the entire program kind of falls in the ballast. So everyone is really kind of moving in this direction. We've already made the transition next door in Hermosa Beach. Manhattan Beach is also 3-stream as well.
Thank you, Mick. Quick question, Mayor. If I could
Yes.
You mentioned there was another city that went out for RFP and the incumbent waste hauler then increased their rates by 60%.
Overnight.
Under what's being proposed in this agreement by Athens, by what percentage are you proposing to increase your rates?
We have proposed some bundled service rates, and I think it's important to note the rates that were shown are the current rates for those neighboring cities. And just to be clear, those do not include a bundled rate, right? So for instance, Manhattan Beach, the rate that you saw on the sheet does not include the recycling rate. If you were to look at the bundled rate with both of those factors, that winds up being actually not what was shown, but rather a rate of $326.32 for a 1 cubic yard, or I'm sorry, a 3 cubic yard container serviced 1 time a week. So we have a proposed rate sheet. We're happy to share that as we get further along, and I'll defer to.
Yeah. And just to reiterate, the question is, by what percentage is Athens proposing to increase their rates under this agreement?
Yes, so
In
currently,
plain terms for the residents and for me too, as somebody who's not expert in the area, by what percentage are you proposing to increase your rates?
so for the residents, we're not proposing to increase the rates. For the multifamilies, we are proposing to take them to a commercial rate that are greater than 5 units. And then everything else will be based off of usage, and our goal is to right size the customers.
And so what would be the net increase in Athens rate?
The 131 will remain at the current rate that it's at. And then based off of how much recycling is needed, then we'll downsize from there.
Yeah. So just to repeat the question, if you don't have an answer, you're not able to give one tonight, that's fine. But the question is, by what percentage is Athens proposing to increase their rates on a net basis?
I think it's tough for me to give you an exact answer because it varies customer to customer.
What's your estimate based on the studies you've done for the city of Redondo Beach? What's your projection by which our rates will increase?
So based off of a few items, right, the multifamilies will increase up to $35 per unit based off of that, and that's based off of having a bin service, right? So that'll increase that number. And then from a commercial standpoint, it'll be based off of the different commodities in which we right size, and I can't project what that's going to be from an actual rate increase, but what I can say is it's going to include a 196 gallon recycle and a 64 organic as part of that service, and then from there we'll increase from it as needed.
All right, I appreciate it. Didn't get an answer to my question. Thank you, Mayor.
Just a quick follow on the $35 for the multifamily. That's if they, you have to roll out their big trash bin, right? But then if they have a recycling bin and a, what is it, bio?
Green waste.
Yeah, green
The
waste.
scout fee is only applicable to
Organics.
the trash.
What's that?
So the scout fee is only applicable to the trash. So we're not charging per commodity on
Okay,
that
so
scout
you would
fee.
pull those out essentially for free?
Correct.
Correct.
And commercial, when you say right size, could you explain that concept a
Yeah,
little
so,
bit, please?
so we have a team that goes and meets with every customer, and they're gonna sit there and do a trash assessment and determine, okay, so if you currently have a 131, let's say, and we come out and we bring out and we go.
What does that mean? So that's
1
jargon.
3 yard, sorry, a 1 3 yard trash 1 time a week. And we go out there and we say, okay, out of that trash, there's about a yard of recycling. We'll provide a yard and then we'll downsize you to a 2 yard for trash. So by right sizing the bundle and taking it to a 2 yard, the rate will actually come down and offset for the recycling that we plan to do. The goal is to move trash to recycling and then offset the customers. And that's why I said for the actual rate increase, it'll determine based off the customers and the waste characterizations that we'll do on an individual basis.
The volume remains the same, right? We're just distributing that amongst 3 separate containers.
And nothing's changing for the residential units
No.
that are
Correct.
less than 4, correct?
Correct.
So we're talking about in total, 788 customers out of the larger 1,500 grouping that I mentioned.
Are you saying 788 units or 788 buildings? I mean, because then we're talking about customers, because that's being charged to the general landlord.
Correct. Correct. And so, as John mentioned, when you look at the rate per unit for multifamily, the rate proposed would be about $35 a unit. Currently, it's well under market at about $21 per unit when you factor the 5 units or greater. So they're actually paying less than a single-family home or residential customer. And when you consider the volume that they are generating, especially with the turnover of multifamily homes, bulky items, move-outs, move-ins at the beginning and end of the month, it's not commensurate with the level of service which they're receiving, which ultimately is commercial service. We selected 5 or more units to kind of make that threshold change in categorization because they're already receiving commercial bin service, right? So the vast majority of folks who are 4 units and less have, carts similar to a residential customer. But when you get to 5 and more, there's a tendency to have bin service, which is what you see, like the 131 that we're referring to.
And just a follow-on question. If we're trying to get new service to 5 units and greater, right, that previously wasn't being provided, why wouldn't we just add an amendment to our current agreement that provides for that service and that fee and keep the same term and then come back?
So the
and do it?
challenge is, in order to run the recycling program, right, to add that 3rd stream, we do have to add some capital. And as part of SB 1383, there is some extensive ongoing requirements through that. And so the cost to amortize that program over the remaining or duration term of our existing agreement would be pretty significant. This option that we've kind of proposed to the city was one of 2 options initially, and we were asked to look at what it would be to run the recycling program enhancement and distribute that cost between commercial and multifamily. And overwhelmingly, that increase would have been about 13.5% for all commercial businesses and all multifamily customers.
And that kind of tells the story to answer your question before of what does the increase, when we tried to mirror apples to apples, we said, okay, to go to recycling 3 stream, we needed, the equivalent would be 13.5%. Now this is spread out differently to those folks that are directly impacted that need that change.
So, I mean, it sounds like just
Let's
to.
get back to protocol.
Yep.
Please raise your hands.
Sure.
You do have your hand up, so you're next.
So in terms of compliance with this, the closing of the facility and our percentage split in the stream, it looks like basically the entire cost of that is going to be borne by 788 customers between bin fees and increases in their rates going from residential to commercial.
No.
And the other residents are staying the same. Is that?
The residents, your current residents already have a 3 stream, so they're not going to be impacted. Who are going to be impacted are your commercial accounts and your multifamilies greater than 5.
Okay.
who are gonna get now the 3-stream service.
Okay.
And so that's why they're being impacted, because they're the ones that are having to go through the change.
Okay.
I just want to be careful. There's still residents in multifamily.
100%.
So some residents are going to see an impact.
Correct, but
Correct.
not
Not
single-family
single-family,
residential.
correct.
Correct.
Single family in the smaller R3.
Correct.
But like the big
And those
condos.
customers, just to be clear, those customers are not direct billed from Athens Services. Those customers receive their bill as part of the property tax, which the city and the county work together on.
Yep. Okay, anyone else?
Partial for them and partial for staff, perhaps.
Yeah, please use the system, but.
Okay,
Go
well,
ahead.
you looked over and said anybody else, so. So the Prop 218 ballots, is it the 788 customers or is it them plus the commercial?
Yeah.
Our understanding is it would be the latter, that because the commercial bundling is new, and that's a change in the rate methodology, so they'd be included. And by the way, the 788 customers is about 12,000 households. So it's,
Significant.
yeah, it's a significant number of people.
So is it 12,000 voters?
Units.
Voters, but
Units.
voters too, ballots
well,
or
it's
is it one
households.
ballot per HOA?
Households, so households. So 1 or 2 adults, maybe more, yeah.
And what is the estimated cost for all that ballot, to send it out and collect it and count it and all that? Do we have that?
So as Director Wengie said earlier, we went through the Prop 218 process last year, but it was for the whole community. So we do have a very good estimate. Last year, that endeavor cost us $39,000.
So if you review the staff report in the financial impact, it does note a $20,000 cost. Athens would cover that cost. Just to be clear, I think, I know that there may be some additional questions. I think what we're hoping to work with council and the city on is some direction with respect to how we move forward, become compliant with SB 1383 and do so at the minimal rate impact to the ratepayer. As I said before, right, these are unfunded external regulation, which unfortunately have impacted our industry significantly. And the disposal component alone, right, the landfill landscape in Los Angeles County in particular is changing pretty dynamically. And we know that come July, there will be some changes. And so our goal is to kind of work with the city so that we can kind of lock this in the protection of the city and the ratepayers and avoid some of that volatility with understanding that we could amortize some of this and really kind of provide some rate stability for the next 7 years.
What is the capital investment that you're amortizing?
It's a variety of a couple things. Number one, I'm gonna need to bring in additional vehicles to handle the recycle, because I do have to separate that commodity, and taking it that distance to the processing facility. In addition to that, we have bins, we have carts, we have all those things that we need to amortize as well.
Just as a point of clarification also, to give perspective on the program as a whole, from both, the commercial and residential lines of business, in 2024, Athens collected 52,036 tons and some change, right? So it gives you an idea of the volume of material that we're moving. And our goal is certainly to divert as much away from landfill as possible. The other, component to going to a 3-stream is that the quality and content of what we receive as part of a source separated program is far higher and superior than that of a mixed waste processing facility, right? So if you imagine your trash and your recycling are together, yes, we capture as much as possible through that mixed waste processing, but the opportunity from a clean stream or a source separated program is significantly higher.
Okay, and you amortize that over the 7 years or the 7 plus the 2 5-year options?
We amortize it over the 7 years or the 10 years from here. Was what we amortize it on, because the option is obviously an option for the city and something that we aim to please based off of our service that we provide here in the city.
Yeah, I mean, to me, as having competed not in your business, but in other businesses, having a contract that goes from 2011 to 2045 without competing is a pretty sweet deal. You have a known revenue stream, known customer. But that's just an anecdotal. You don't have to respond to that. Councilmember Obaji?
Just on that note, the options, would they extend at the same rates that we have currently, or there would be a escalator built in?
So currently, as part of the plan, there is a escalator every single year. It's a weighted average of multiple items.
It's a combination of indices, pre-negotiated indices. So assuming that we use a similar structure that we have today, that would be known how the adjustment formula would work going forward. What we have to see, and I think this is to Councilmember Barrett's question and something that's critical here, is what exactly is the proposed rate structure under this format, right? So there's an inverse relationship between term and the initial cost for the rate change. What we're going to need at some point is some direction. I think that's what we're seeking tonight. Are we comfortable with exploring the 7-year term extension up against our current 3 years to understand what that rate structure looks like? Do you want to see an alternative of that? Do you want to see something on shorter or a longer term basis that might implement that and introduce that rate change more slowly or more quickly, depending on what our comfort is for service agreement? And then decide if there are any other questions you'd like us to explore or opportunities you'd like us to explore for how we ultimately roll this service out. As has been mentioned, the construct here is to direct this rate change to the customers who are experiencing the service change, not against all households. The other option is this is amortized among all residents and absorbed collectively with a more moderate change to all households. So you have that choice, given that, as was pointed out, the current residences of 4 units and less are compliant with the 3-stream formula, and some businesses in the commercial sector are also compliant. We chose to, at least for now, describe this as affecting just the types of complexes that would receive the change. So, but that is a council policy decision. Ultimately, we could bring to you an alternative formula that amortizes it across all households. I'm not sure that's appropriate given the change that's occurred in the state mandates that have been ultimately placed upon us. So we thought this was a good place to start from a talking perspective. We have yet to see the final proposed rate structure with the 7-year term. It's an evolving number, as I understand it, given what's occurring in the industry. So first thing we got to answer is, do you want to see it at a 7-year basis? Do you want to see it at a shorter term basis? Or do you want to see it amortized in a different way? I think that's the initial policy direction that would be helpful tonight for us to advance that, because ultimately we've got to get to Councilmember Barrett's question, which is, what are the proposed changes? So we then can begin to understand the impact on a household by household basis.
Was that it, Councilmember?
No, it still is. So let me just say, as a threshold matter, Athens has been a tremendous partner in Redondo Beach. I mean, from the Greenway cleanups, every time you guys provide bins, big, what is the roll-off to put trash in. When we do home improvements in North Redondo, you provide a roll-off, get them into tight spots. You've been tremendous, a tremendous partner, including supporting ICA, which is an educational forum for elected leaders from the South Bay and beyond. So I appreciate you all greatly. And I'll tell you, if you can light up 2B, please, Madam Clerk. I just sent out an email this morning to my constituents, my neighbors, and just asked, hey, what's your impression of Athens' service here? Are you satisfied? I mean, 97% satisfaction rate. Granted, only 172 people responded so far, but that's pretty darn good. I haven't seen satisfaction this high on anything. So 44%.
Not even the council.
Yeah, not even myself. 44% highly satisfied, 52.9% satisfied. So I'm certainly comfortable moving forward with Athens without looking around. With that said, there were a lot of items in this staff agreement that you flagged you wanted to change in this contract beyond what we've just discussed right here. And that's where I have a whole host of questions. So, and I've filed this, I've blue foldered this, but I'd like to hear from HF and H, if I may. If you could, HF and H, tell us what you do or what the scope of your retention was here, and also why we have no work product from you, as far as I can see.
Councilman, if I could just introduce our HF&H consultants. We have Lindsay Lagos, project manager from HF&H with us on the line, and Haley Cunard, senior project manager. And I would just add that HF&H were brought on when we when we brought the contract to council about 12 months ago, they were asked to look at a very different draft proposal. It was really just removing diversion from the agreement and also including the roll-off franchise. We didn't at that point in that contract ask them to address the rate structures and these additional terms. They're very happy to assist us and very happy to help us, and that's part of the direction that we would be looking from you tonight.
Okay. So I guess you're not, well, if you could just introduce yourself, tell us what you do, why we need a consultant in this context, I'd appreciate that.
Lindsay, do you want me to tackle that or you want to take the lead
Go
on
ahead,
it?
Haley, you can jump in.
Absolutely. So we're a solid waste and recycling consulting firm. We only work for municipal agencies. And so what we do is we support jurisdictions with processes like this, whether it's an RFP process through the competitive rate structure or through a competitive process, take you through a negotiations. We do rate analysis, rate impact to determine if the rates that are being proposed by a waste hauler like Athens are reasonable and in alignment with what we're seeing in the industry. So that's in a nutshell. We also support cities with complying with state legislation, as well as, any ongoing support and contract management and monitoring of those contracts. Because as it was mentioned, these are the biggest contracts in a jurisdiction. So happy to elaborate any more if you need to, but Lindsay Lagos is the project manager on this and I'm here to support.
Awesome. All right. Thank you for that. So I have a whole host of questions. I don't want to take up time right now, but for example, you all say that you want liquidated damages, a change to the liquidated damages provisions. I haven't read the original liquidated damages provisions in the 300+ page contract, but to me, for example, a small issue that I do see recurringly happen is when trash gets dumped in the windy environment that we have here in Redondo Beach, a couple of pieces fly off. Sometimes they get picked up, sometimes they don't. So I just like to keep some sort of accountability, especially in a long-term deal, that we make sure that that kind of stuff gets picked up. And everything else here must have had a purpose at some point. So just want to make sure that we don't lose that. And HF&H, you'll be able to work with Athens to understand what they seek in terms of an amended agreement and give us advice as to whether it's in line with industry standards, right?
100%. That's exactly what we would support the city team with doing.
Okay, that's how I'd be comfortable moving forward.
100%.
What I think, just to answer your question, Councilmember Bobaji, from the beginning, which is they're waiting for, I think, some very critical information here. We're on the precipice, I think, of receiving this proposed rate structure. That's what they're going to need as the primary data set for them to react to what's being proposed here. And I think that's going to be very critical data. I know there's been some joint information sharing. I think we had a meeting here at City Hall. Well, I was there. I know we had a meeting at City Hall a couple of weeks back to sort of talk that through. So that's in motion. But I do think, in fairness, they're missing a very critical piece of data, which is coming imminently, I believe.
Athens will be getting us the data that we need, right?
Correct.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So let me interject and then you've got the floor. I agree. There's a lot of terms in here that we haven't discussed tonight that, are critical. Overweight and overflowing cans are one. But I don't want to get into those details now. I do think it would behoove us to give us something to compare to, what's the amortization if we put it in the current, length of the contract versus the proposed extension. And also if we distribute it across everyone versus what's being proposed here, that gives us some direct comparisons that we can make informed decisions on.
Yeah.
So I'm not forming a motion here, but that's what I would ask to see. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Councilmember Kalajerovich, and then Councilmember Barrett, you'll have the floor.
Yeah, no, I mean, to build on that, just to see that information, but also it sounds like some of the information we had wasn't completely apples to apples with Manhattan Beach. I believe it was your comparison. It didn't include the recyclables or the 3-stream. So that information is a little bit useless to us making this decision. So the next time we discuss this, that would be great to see some of those numbers so that we can make those informed decisions. And then for HF&H, their contracted work, is that already completed and we would be engaging in a new contract, or is this?
Yeah, I think we're going to need to, depending on how deep a dive we asked HF&H to do, we're going to need to probably extend the not to exceed limit on that agreement some. We have money in the solid waste fund to cover that. So that's not going to, it'll be a minor amendment, something that we can do fairly quickly and easily as we go through this. It's ultimately going to depend on how many different rate structures we're asking them to compare
Yep.
and how much industry benchmarking we're going to want to see with some of these other provisions.
Okay. And one, I guess, small detailed question since you're here, and thank you for being here. So we have to go to a 3-stream across the board. What about our city trash cans now? Do we have to change those? Like, out here on the sidewalk? Yeah. Do we need to change
No.
ours?
You,
Okay.
you do not have to change the public sector ones, or the ones in the public space.
Okay. And does that include city hall and school districts?
School district, we've already started working with as far as 3-stream. As far as City Hall, we have rolled out 3-stream to most, I think, of the city facilities. So as far as the public street litter containers that you see that are serviced by Athens but maintained by the city, those would not have to be.
Okay, perfect. Those are my specific questions. And then just comments about, I think it is important to know what, I guess, a comparison if we were going to roll this out across the board over all residents and users in the city, or if we're going to be more focused on those that are actually experiencing the change. But just comments on that, a multifamily building, 5 or more, it's kind of run like a commercial structure. I realize they're residents, but it is run as a commercial entity at that point. And just comparing that to, let's say, single-family home, there's a lot more turnover in those spaces. Bulky item pickups are more frequent, people moving out, leaving trash, having more than one pickup available for those instances is, I think, essential. I mean, I get complaints from residents who walk by just a sidewalk, and I know I've forwarded them to staff. There's bulky item desks or whatever, and Athens is there to pick them up. So I appreciate that, and I do think that there is extra services that we encumber from those types of buildings and residences. So it's a discussion we should definitely have, but I would be open to see spreading that out, in the 2 different ways that we discussed.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
I mean, I agree with everything that was been said up here tonight. Mayor's made good points. Councilmember Obaji's got a whole list of questions that I think were well stated and we're going to need answers to. I mean, the point was made, this is the biggest contract we have in the city. Is that, I'm seeing everybody shaking their head yes. So this is something we're going to have to dig into. It's a lot. The residents expect it. We're going to do our job. And ultimately, we're going to need straight answers to these questions that, we may or may not have received tonight. Clearly understand what is going to be the increase in fees to customers and businesses in our city. What are our options? What are the competitive rates, right? What are other cities doing with other haulers? Prop 218 to RFP or not? We need to get to that. Fortunately, it sounds like we have somebody kind of on our side, so to speak. This is not an adversarial relationship at all. You've done great work. HF&H, is that Rob Hilton's group?
He's at, I admit Rob's on there too, I think.
Yes,
yeah.
he is.
Okay. If I could ask, were they invited to be here in person today?
It was a very last minute request. Our other project lead on this is Laith. Pardon me, is Lindsay, can you help me with Laith's name? Laith Asset, and he's actually in Portugal at the moment. So they will be prepared to be available in person for any future council meetings.
Sometimes that could be more productive to have, the Athens folks are here. I mean, they brought the whole team, the A-team. So what kind of work product can we expect to get from HF&H that would help guide us through this process? Do you need specific direction on that? You're kind of hearing it now. What do we need to do to
Let
make?
me jump in here
Yeah,
quick.
jump in there.
Does anybody have questions for Athens? You guys can sit down. I didn't want to
Thank
make you
you.
stand there, sorry.
No, that's fine. Thank you for that courtesy to our guests.
Yeah, I think it's going to depend on the nature of the question. If it's benchmarking information, we can work with them, provide that through our admin reports. If it's a specific communique and an opinion on something, we certainly can have them prepare that in a letter. Sometimes they will prepare memorandums. A lot of times it's just working with them to distill the information that's proposed, working through the pros and cons, and then having them here to help either affirm or counter what has been suggested. So ideally, what it's been in the past is there will be a verbal presentation on some of the questions that have been provided with some written communique where appropriate.
Okay. And the HF&H, they do this. This is their wheelhouse firmly. Do they have a standard protocol where they say, hey, we know what you're doing. You're going through an amendment process. Here's the work product we recommend, plus answers to other questions. I mean, how?
I'll let them answer that.
Yeah, please,
Yeah.
Lindsay and company.
Yes, Haley Kunert, again, Senior Project Manager filling in for Lathyzette today, so apologies that he could not be here. But absolutely, we customize the approach based on working with city staff directly. We take a look at your prior amendment, which I had supported a couple years back in 2019. And we take a look at what Athens proposes, either, say this looks good, or this is language that needs to be negotiated or further reviewed or scrutinized because it's not industry standard. So absolutely, we would support with developing a presentation with summary of tables for your consideration during the final process for review and consideration. So it's very much a tailored process based on how we work with the city team and what they're looking for, and of course, what you're looking for. So that being said, Lindsay, is there anything else you want to add based on your knowledge of the project?
No, thanks, Haley. That was helpful. We also were part of reviewing the initial amendment that was proposed. As Andrea indicated, it's changed significantly since we reviewed it. So if there's interest in us redlining it for thoughts that we have or participating in negotiations, we're able to do that. But as the city manager mentioned, yes, there's a slew of different services we could provide, but I think most things fit within our wheelhouse that you're looking for. It's just contingent upon us getting the information and data that we need and the ability to do it in the time frame that the city might be expecting or Athens might be pushing for. Also might factor into our ability to get the work done as requested, but generally we should be able to assist.
We have a time frame on this?
Well, Athens would like this to be, I think, fairly quick. I think the hope is over the course of this summer with the rollout this fall. I believe that's somewhat realistic as long as we move quickly on generating that information and getting that information in front of the council at the right milestone periods.
So when are you looking at a vote for us to vote up or down on?
I'm thinking probably September. I don't know. I don't want to, I know that. Yeah, that might be a better question for Athens at this point based on how quickly they can work with us on it.
Do you have a date?
July would be pretty quickly.
Can you speak just for the public?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So we could come back as quickly as July if the council provides some direction. I know that we did receive the questions earlier today, and we've already started addressing many of them. Many of them have some things that we're flexible on with respect to overages and things like that. Some of those are terms and language that's very specific to SB 1383 and the specific requirements as outlined as part of that legislation, right? So contamination and things like that do have specificity as to what they're requiring. So we're happy to work with the city. Obviously, there's a matter of compliance with respect to SB 1383 and making sure that we are compliant with our program. And so the sooner that we get that to 3-stream, the better it is. Obviously, we've had these discussions beginning as back as, I think, 2023 with respect to the surf closure, and nothing at that time, really transpired. And so we're really kind of looking to the city to accelerate this. Certainly, we're happy to provide any and all data that's needed in order to make an informed decision that you feel comfortable. We're certainly pleased that you guys are happy with the service, but we'd like to, move that in the right direction and push that forward.
Okay, thank you. So please stay up. if you don't mind. So a 218 vote, this is going to have to go to. So when do you need the results of, when are you looking for results from that?
So I will look at the city, because certainly I don't want to push them in a direction.
No, I'm looking
that's-
at, from a contractual perspective, when do you, when do
so
you need a decision?
If we could come back in July with a proposal.
I don't care when you can come back. Do you have a drop dead date for implementing the change?
Well, 2025 is the program year that we would really need to have this done by, right? And so with that being said, the Prop 218 is 45 days after basically the first reading. If we could take both items in tandem, open up the Prop 218 hearing at the same time as whenever the council should so decide to take this matter up.
So that's like Greek to me. Is that August? Is that September? Is
It's
that
early September?
Yeah, I think the action the council has to really take is coalesce around the contract amendment, identify the rate structure formulaically for inclusion in the contract, then the Prop 218 process
how long does that
ensues.
take?
That's basically 2 months. So
if they need it in August,
well, they need,
September.
they need a fall rollout, right? We need to get this implemented ideally before the end of the calendar year. Obviously, sooner is better for Athens. There's no question about that. At the earliest, right, even if we come back in July with contract terms you're all comfortable with and we act on them, it's going to be September for rollout.
It sounds like July we have to be. What happens if we go to October? Are we dead?
I don't know if we're dead. I think we're trying to roll this out in the program, as she said, 2025 period. So ideally, we're not pushing this much past fall for actual implementation.
Well, that means July, right?
July.
Are you counting fall October?
Yeah.
Okay. So July or August. Okay. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I mean, obviously, there's a little bit of time that's needed as far as procuring containers and vehicles, right? And so we don't want to do that before the council has made a decision and the Prop 218 period is closed, because otherwise we've made an investment and let's just say something were to happen, right? So we do need that in order to implement for a 2025 program.
I understand, but we're just hearing this now. There's not enough details to make a decision on. We've got budget for a month that we have to get done. So that
July's the right month for us to bring this back and start talking again. The question is, will we be able to coalesce?
That is a green light schedule after that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Let me go down through.
Can I finish, if I could, Mayor?
I thought you were finished. That's
Oh, no problem. Yeah, I mean, those are all good points. I mean, we've got a timeline internally ourselves. We got our budget. We have a charter, essentially the constitutional duty to get that done by a certain time. Just to cap it off for myself, and I want to hear from others here, we don't yet have an understandable analysis of what's being proposed and what is and is not a good deal. We don't know what the rate increases will be. Fortunately, Athens is represented. They're going to provide any and all data. And so I would like to make sure our consultants have carte blanche to obtain any and all data so that we could be properly advised on this. And then as far as, the work product, I don't have in mind exactly the form that HF&H would provide us, but I think you've heard enough to know we need professional analysis and advice on what it is that's in this proposal, what are best terms, what's competitive, what's fair, what may not be, what does this all mean? And so that ultimately we understand and we can all make an informed decision. Are we doing right by the city, our residents, and our businesses? So that's all, and thank you, Mayor, for the extended time.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Waller.
Yeah, I didn't do the same survey that Councilmember Abaji put out, but I can tell you that anecdotally, emails to me today, yesterday, last couple of days, what residents have said, there's high satisfaction with Athens, and a lot of people are very much in support of keeping Athens along with us. The compost events that they do really help out. The household hazardous waste roundups are great. I don't want to see our neighborhoods look like PV did this last weekend when once a year, they do their bulky item pickup, and it looks like a junkyard on the street. Some of the stuff is nice, but I mean, having it being, hey, you have to hold everything till once a year, and then you get your bulky items, compared to sending a form to Athens They tell you, hey, we'll be there on this date. You put it out and it's gone. The bulky item stuff has just been best I've ever seen. So I'm very happy with that. As direction for at least what I prefer for the way you move forward, I do like having a longer term because that cost certainty is important. If increases are tied to CPI and whatever those figures are, we can kind of guess the kind of increases we're going to get, as opposed to putting it out to RFP. We know things are getting worse. Everything's getting more expensive. Nobody's come back and said, hey, I'll do this for less. So I would really be worried that, okay, we'll do this in 3 years and we do an RFP and we find out that it is going to cost 20, 30% more instead of 5% more that year. So I definitely do like longer terms just because of the cost certainty. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Just a quick question on this issue of whether the cost should be put on the units that are causing the cost to go up, requiring the third stream or spread across the whole city. HF and H, do you have any, just from your experience, when there's a third stream that needs to be added to a portion of the population or portion of the developments in the population, is it better to go to apply that cost to those residents or those developments that are necessitating the cost, or is it better to spread it across the whole city and cause everybody to have a price increase?
Well, I wish I could give you one answer for that, but it is really dependent on the city's preference and working with your city team as well as the city attorney's office on that one.
Okay, have you seen it be less of an impact one way or the other?
I've definitely seen less of an impact on the rates across the board. If you do the spread cost, of course, instead of seeing, a 10% increase to one sector, you see maybe a 2% increase across the board to everyone. So it does spread the cost. It really is dependent on the city's preference and how the city wants to spread those costs out.
All right, just if $35 is the additional cost, I feel like applying that to the multifamily units of five or greater would be the most logical way to proceed. But
Is that per month or per year?
per month.
No, it's per pick.
That's per service, per pickup, yeah.
That's a $35 increase on a $250 current cost. That's more than 10% just for the pickup. Then you're switching the rate from residential to commercial, which is probably going to increase that 250 base to 300 plus. So
Well, I think, though, that's where we're going to have to be, I think, patient and see the data, because it's going to come down to the service that's provided. Because as was mentioned, if they're able to reduce, if the more volume that can be applied to the blue and green streams, the lesser their actual cost. They're only charged based on their trash bin collection, not their recycle or organic bin collection. So that's where, I think that's why there was some hesitance on what that actual impact will be. We need to see that data.
Well, all right, I'm glad that we've got a third-party expert involved. And the last thing I'll say to our partners at Athens is, most of the time when the council negotiates, we do it in closed session regarding real property. This is not one of those circumstances, but in those sessions, it usually takes us 5, 6, sometimes 10 meetings to negotiate a contract with somebody. So I'd suggest that you, including the one we just had today, has been on our agenda probably 10 times. So I'd say get that information, whatever you're proposing, to our city staff ASAP, so we can start working it up, especially, thank you.
I'm reminded of Ghostbusters where they say important safety tip, don't cross the street.
Yeah, I know, that's pretty funny, yeah.
It's just what comes to my mind. Well, thank you, Councilmember Obaji, for putting together that list. I'm going to open up for public comment, but before I do, I would ask that the council, rather than start with your list clean, start with Councilmember Obaji's list and see if you can add to it rather than repeat. So I think that would be a good way to.
And Mayor, there's another option here too. We've got good input tonight. We intend to be, communication as we receive this information. So if there is anything you all think about as individuals, you can share that with us. We'll have an opportunity to work that into our calculus before we come back for discussion in
I
July.
just think it's a good primer to start with
No, I
Councilmember
totally
Obaji's
agree.
and then
Totally agree.
build on that. With that, I will open it up to public comment. Anyone from the audience here wish to address the council on this issue?
Anyone want to talk about
Trash.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Mara Santos, and I am the acting CEO for the Redondo Beach Chamber of Commerce and a proud resident of Redondo Beach. I am here in support of Athens Services' proposed amendment. I moved here from LA, and I could truly see the benefits from other cities where my mom still stays. And I see the increases that they're getting every year, and especially now how the trends are. Athens Services is a great partner in our community. They are very involved in our community as well. They're members of the Redondo Beach Chamber of Commerce. They support the Super Bowl 10K. They support many organizations in the community, but their proposed amendment will be a great benefit for all of the community in Redondo Beach, and it will also protect the greater community from increased rates. So I believe that their proposal, it is definitely a good option for us in Redondo Beach to be able to keep them as a service provider, which I am very happy with them, and also be able to kind of keep the rates down. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? No students care to comment on trash?
Extra credit, extra credit.
Okay, anyone online?
No e-comments and no Zoom.
Okay. Somebody trying to get up? No, just heckling. Okay. Do you need anything as far as a formal action?
No, I think we have enough tonight to work with. I think this is why this was an introductory conversation. We've got to start the process somewhere. This will help bring this to, a brighter fruition in terms of what we're dealing with. We've got enough for now. We'll see you again on the subject in July.
Okay, well, thanks to staff, thanks to Athens for being here, and thanks to our consultant, and thanks to Zane, Councilmember Obaji for putting together that list, so appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, now moving to item N2. This is a discussion and possible action regarding approval of the city's coyote management and response plan.
I would like to introduce Jane Chung, our assistant to the city manager. And before she starts her presentation and while she's firing up here, I want to give her a big thank you for pulling this together. This was a process that started with interest from the mayor and stepping forward as a bit of a volunteer to help us draft the plan. This is something the city's needed for some time. I want to thank the mayor for his initial work on this, and really thank Jane, the city attorney's office, and the police department for reviewing the materials and working towards what I think is a fantastic plan. And really, really thank you, Jane, for your hard work on this. Why don't you take it away?
Can I preface it in a second?
Yeah,
So,
sure.
thanks to Jane for pulling this together and the other staff that contributed to this. The way this all started was when I was brand new as mayor here. We did have a coyote incident that fortunately didn't require euthanizing a coyote. But had that been the prudent course of action, because we didn't have the plan and we hadn't done the CEQA analysis, the city could not have acted to protect our residents, which is why I took interest in starting this up, because we had no approved coyote management and response plan. So that's how this all kicked off, and that's why it's important. We are in denning season right now, and there are an uptick in reportings of both incidents and sightings of coyotes right now. So with that, Jane, I'll turn it over to you.
Great, thank you. And thank you for the introduction. So again, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jane Chung with the City Manager's Office. And the item before you is the discussion and possible action regarding the approval of the city's coyote management and response plan. All right, the following topics will be covered in tonight's presentation: an overview of the coyote activity in the city of Redondo Beach, a brief synopsis of the coyote management response plan and the plan's response matrix that outlines the city's response to coyote-related incidents, a summary of the CEQA exemption report, a description of an on-call as-needed trapping services, and then we'll conclude with staff recommendations. In recent years, the city of Redondo Beach and neighboring cities have experienced a noticeable rise in coyote activity and related incidents. Contributing factors may include increased coyote populations, territorial expansions, habitat displacement due to urban development, or a combination of these.
In 2024, there were approximately 120 coyote sightings reported to the police department and 35 year-to-date in 2025. Also in 2024, as the mayor has mentioned, the city became aware of its first coyote den. Coyotes are a highly adaptable species that have thrived in this region, and despite efforts, no city has effectively eliminated or reduced coyote populations. Certain responses to coyote-human interactions are prohibited by law, including relocation. According to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, relocated coyotes often do not survive, and those that do may cause problems to humans, be involved in territorial disputes, or introduce diseases. If removal of a coyote is necessary, humane trapping methods may be used in compliance with federal and state regulations. However, once captured, coyotes must be either released, on-site, or euthanized within 24 hours. Coyotes have a natural fear of humans, and attacks on humans are rare. It is important to note a coyote attack is defined as when human injury occurs, such as a bite. Fewer than 10 coyote attacks on humans are reported annually in Los Angeles County, and none have been documented to date in the South Bay region. There are only 2 fatal coyote attacks recorded, with one occurring in the United States in 1981. In the South Bay, cities like Manhattan Beach, Palos Verdes Estates, and Torrance have developed response plans to address coyote activity. Currently in the city of Redondo Beach, we offer guidance on how residents can safely coexist with coyotes and report incidents on the city website. However, in order to further provide residents with the information and resources to understand and address coyote-related activity, staff prepared this coyote management and response plan for council consideration. The City of Redondo Beach's plan provides a structured, proactive approach to coexisting with urban coyotes while prioritizing public safety. Its 4-pronged approach, listed up here on the screen, focuses on ensuring safe community spaces that minimize risk to people and pets, enhancing deterrence efforts such as removing attractants, fostering public education, and actively monitoring coyote activity. The plan also ensures standardized responses to incidents, enforces relevant laws, and aligns with best practices in research while complementing existing federal, state, and county regulations. Like many other coyote management and response plans, the City of Redondo Beach's plan includes a coyote incident and response matrix, as you can see on this slide here, which is a tiered framework for city response. Response is based on encounter type and escalates through threat levels. The defined responses have been recommended by coyote experts, and the goal of responses is to minimize coyote and human interactions and ensure public safety. Also available on the city's website, staff from the police department have developed and are currently managing a coyote dashboard. This dashboard tracks incidents based on the threat level colors coded here on the response matrix. Police staff will also be providing quarterly reports that will be accessible via this dashboard. In addition to the plan, staff developed an internal response workflow map that outlines the roles and responsibility of each city department involved in coyote management and response. This aims to enhance efficiency and consistency for clear and coordinated response from the city. Last month, City Council approved an agreement with Michael Baker International to provide environmental consulting services on the city's coyote management and response plan. The firm reviewed the plan and determined that it's exempt under California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, pursuant to sections 15061B3 and 15308, confirming that the plan does not pose a risk of causing a significant environmental impact. In accordance with the city's plan, the city will consult with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife when trapping is deemed necessary. California Department of Fish and Wildlife will lead investigation but has limited resources to trap when necessary. Therefore, it is recommended that staff engage a certified on-call trapper. Staff estimates that the average cost of trapping is approximately $1,500, per coyote. Therefore, tonight, staff recommends that City Council adopt Resolution Number CC 2505-030 that formally enacts the Coyote Management and Response Plan and affirms exemption from CEQA, and directs staff to procure on-call and as-needed trapping services that comply with the conditions that would necessitate trapping under this plan. This concludes staff's presentation. I, myself, including representatives from the police department, are here tonight and can answer any questions you may have.
Two final comments, if I could. Thank you, Jane. One, thank you to Mark Weiners for stepping in and helping us identify Michael Baker and providing a cost-effective consulting review of this plan. Without us clearing CEQA, we would not have the ability to formally trap these animals if necessary. It's one of the major prerequisites, of course, is creating the threat matrix that's proposed. It allows us to triage those incidents and make that determination. This CEQA adoption is critical in this incident. In terms of trapping services, it should be noted we've never had a situation in town where that would be required. That said, it is important that we have an on-call ability to respond, because if the incident is to occur, we obviously do not want to wait multiple weeks to procure a vendor and have them be available for us to respond and react. So it's important that we bring somebody on and have them at our ready effectively on an at-will basis. So those are our two recommendations tonight. Adopt the resolution, which inherently approves the plan and our CEQA conclusions, and then direct us to come back at a future date with an on-call trapping agreement.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Waller.
Great plan. It's very thorough, makes a lot of sense. I love the very good job with it. I think the most important aspect of that, honestly, is the education part, to educate the residents of knowing what to do. You know, when you see a coyote, the first thing you do is not go to next door. The first thing you do is to haze it. You know, having that good education is really going to go a long way to reducing the problems that the coyotes can present. Do we have anything that we can look at, perhaps, some sort of success metrics over time, tracking the number of sightings or anything like that? Will we have anything?
Yeah, actually, there's a great tool, and Joe may want to speak to it more, that we've developed for us to be able to take reported sightings and put them into effectively our CAD database, and it actually will map the incidents, and we'll begin to track the data. I know this, I don't know if you can pull that up, Jane, visually, but it's going to allow us to really monitor the activity over time, and it will allow us to create a database of our incident response. So, Joe, if you want to respond to that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Joe Hoffman, Chief of Police. So when we started getting frequent requests or inquiries about coyote sightings, it was difficult for us to track and respond to each one individually. So what we started doing was we created a special call in our CAD system so we could track all the coyote sightings or any sort of other coyote incident. And on the webpage for the police department, we created a coyote portal. Hoping that Jane can pull it up, and we can show you. We've gone through a variety of iterations of the way that it's laid out. And this most recent one, we just got up and running yesterday because it reflects the threat matrix that's in the coyote management plan. So there's several different colors that are associated with the coyote activity, with green just being a simple sighting, yellow being coyote following something, stalking, orange being more aggressive behavior or injury to a pet, which we had the first one that I'm aware of being reported Thursday, I think it was, last Thursday. And then red would be the most serious condition, which is biting or injuring a person. So we've been able to actually take the locations from those CAD calls, put them on this map. It's searchable by date ranges, so any member of the public can go on there at any time, and those are all the incidents that have been reported to the police department. So we'll probably end up making a few changes there, but it's a work in progress. However, it's better than anything that we've had historically.
Thank you. And one other question for City Attorney. What does having this plan do to our legal liabilities and risks?
Well, as with anything, there is risk, but this does allow us to take action when there is an incident. So it protects the community. That outweighs any risk of some liability.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Yeah, if we had if the prudent action would have been to euthanize the den of coyotes last year, we couldn't have done it because we didn't do the CEQA analysis. We didn't have the response plan. We didn't have anybody on call. So this gives us the basic tools to be able to take action if we have to. But I agree with you. The most important thing is the education of the public and to define our standard response internally, because there was a little machinations after that event happened. So this will help eliminate that. Chief, you didn't stomp your Instagram, but he did show me before the meeting tonight an educational Instagram they put together. It's about 6 minutes. So I don't think we want to show it tonight, but it is entertaining and educational at the same time. So somehow if we can promulgate that on the website and get it out, it's a good primer and not as dry as reading a plan, but it's entertaining and educational at the same time.
Who's the narrator?
Who is it's
Kyle?
No,
No,
this is one of our animal control officers.
You didn't need to come down.
It's okay. You know, it's a good story because we actually used one of the MSOs that is an animal control officer that actually responds on these types of calls. So, you know, with social media, everyone loves Officer Kyle, but it's nice to also incorporate other members of the police department that are actually speaking on their area of responsibility. So we used MSO Marco Garcia to do the talk, and it was good. I mean, the acting was outstanding, and like the mayor said, it was entertaining and educational at the same time. So I would encourage everyone to watch it, and if we can figure out a way to do it, we'll put a link to it on the website so people can check it out. But if you get a chance, it's on Instagram and Facebook, and it's pretty good.
Yeah, great initiative. Loved it. Okay, anyone else at all? Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mayor, for putting together the coyote plan. I mean, this is the benefit of having a full-time mayor and Jane.
I will say Jane and staff help.
Jane and staff, yes, and Mark. And thank you, Chief, always with the cutting edge technology. I mean, the coyote tracker now. Now we got our street sweepers and our parking enforcement tracked, and now our coyotes too. It's awesome. So thank you all.
Okay, anyone else?
No.
Okay, can I get a motion?
I'd make a motion to adopt by title only resolution number CC 2505-030.
Second.
Okay, a motion a second before we vote. Any member of the public?
Mayor, if I could, and comfort with us coming back
Oh,
with
yeah, we got
on-call,
to do the direct
on-call
staff.
traffic services.
Yes.
Also, Mr. Friendly Amendment, making a determination for exemption under CEQA.
Accepted.
Well, that's not pursuant to the plan, direct staff
Yes,
to procure on-call trapping
as
services.
needed trapping services.
Yes.
Okay. Now, any member of the public wish to address the council on this item? Come on, coyotes, you can say something. Okay, anyone online?
I have no comments, and no one has raised their hand on Zoom. So.
Okay. With that, I'll call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay.
Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2505-030, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the coyote management and response plan and making a determination for exempt under CEQA. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now proceeding on to item N3, discussion and possible action regarding city manager's proposed budget and 5-year capital improvement
And
plan.
before we do that, and pardon my interruption, if this is, could we take a vote for a 5-minute break,
I'll second that.
assuming this is?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're going to recess for 5 minutes. I'm going to give you a minute on that. So 8:01. Order, can I get a roll call, please? Oh, 30 seconds. You should know.
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle. Here. Councilmember Kalujetowicz.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor Light. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to item N3, which is the budget and the capital improvement plan.
Yes, if we
Are we
could
ready?
fire up the presentation, please, Eleanor. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike Wasansky, City Manager. It's my pleasure this time of each year to present to you the proposed annual fiscal year operating budget and 5-year capital improvement plan. Just on a housekeeping basis, it's important to note that while we do display a 5-year capital program, only the first year appropriations are actually approved and adopted by you all as part of the budget resolution. So while the plan might show funding in the out years, years 2 through 5, your actions only include appropriations for that first initial fiscal year, which in this instance, we're addressing the 25-26 fiscal year. Next slide, please, Stephanie. Just to thank you first and foremost to Stephanie Meyer, our finance director. This is her first budget. And she had quite the team working with her on this. Our analyst, Aaron, was a big part of it, as were, of course, all the department heads and their various supporting staff, analysts and the like, and working with finance to get you this document as part of our normal course of action. There are formatting changes this year versus last year. We use OpenGov to try to create a bit of a software platform for us. We found last year's initial version of OpenGov was tedious in certain areas, had superfluous information, a lot of different tables that were auto-populated by the system that we didn't find all that helpful, and in some cases actually pulled from data that wasn't entirely relevant and maybe led to some confusing conclusions. So we've tried to sift that a little bit this year. You'll notice that in the proposed document, it's skinnier than last year's. There are still some formatting edits I think we'll continue to make over the years. We're already working on what we call Budget Response Report number 1, which is effectively our corrections and retractions page. It typically addresses all of the editing inconsistencies that we want to have finalized in the formal adopted document. So as you...
Got left out of the org chart.
Exactly.
So
you know,
we're running-
including, yeah.
We're running footloose.
Yeah, we
fancy free
just
here.
saved ourselves a few $1,000. No, so as an example, you know, as you go through it and you find anything from a formatting or editing standpoint or have any comments on that, please let us know. It's important that we continue to refine this document. But we do see it as a major improvement year over year from last year's version. So thank you, Stephanie and team, for helping with that. This is the overview slide. These are pretty traditional themes and topics as we go through this presentation each year. Tonight's discussion is really a presentation and an introductory conversation only. Your action tonight is to receive and file the material and really get ourselves ready to go for our series of hearings that will begin in June, effectively the first Tuesday of June, June 3rd. So next slide, please, Stephanie. So each year I try to give you a little sense of the themes that are in the budget. Some of those themes carry over year to year. The first bullet here, employee compensation costs, has been a consistent theme in our budget the last few years. We have multi-year agreements with all of our associations. One is coming to an end this year. But the budget, first and foremost, needs to make sure that it covers our salary and benefit cost. And those do go up each consecutive year. But when you look at the personnel categories, that isn't the only increased pressure that occurs. It's not just the MOU adjustments. It's also what level of staffing is the city experiencing? And then ultimately, what level of estimation are we doing for things like overtime projections and utilization of our healthcare programs, et cetera. So I will say that the budget this year, we took some time to be very conservative and methodical in forecasting all employee costs in all of those categories and ensuring that we were careful there. So that's one change year over year. You'll see some adjustments in the slides here in a little bit to provide you some metrics to that and numbers to that. But that's one thing that this budget was intent to do. You referenced just the item ago, new technology in our police department. This budget continues to invest in technology, not just for the police department, but for all departments. I know how important that is to this council, how important it has been to the community, online service delivery, online information, transparency, et cetera, all very important part of this proposed budget, as is training health and wellness of our employees and staff, ensuring that we have high-quality performance, making sure our police and firefighters have access to emotional health programs as needed, wellness programs. We've made a commitment to do that in recent years, and we find that paying dividends both for our internal morale as well as how we deliver service in the community. So there's an investment in those three concepts in this budget. You'll see it in decision packages, and you'll see it in our core budget. Of course, our critical public safety and public works programs, a big part of the decision packages, big part of the core program. We have year-over-year utility cost increases in public works that we have to absorb. There's really no choice there. And then we have continued to fund programs that I know that are important to this council and this community, things like crossing guard services, and others. So that is part of the budget, and we'll talk more about that in detail in the weeks to come. Of course, we're making sure that we're planning for Measure FP implementation. That's a big focal point of all of our activity right now. We talked a little bit about it in the strategic plan. The budget, in a sense, doesn't address it in too many respects. What it does is it advances some resources to ensure that we can cover the initial consulting services and staff resources necessary to support actual construction down the road. So there's a bit of an advance, if you will, on future bond proceeds that will be issued at the appropriate time, most likely sometime next spring or summer. So the budget incorporates that. It's a net neutral item for us because it's advancing a cost that will ultimately be reimbursed. You might recall that when we established the initial actions with Measure FP, we adopted a resolution effectively starting that clock for us to be able to reimburse for project appropriate expenses. So all of that.
You're saying that's zeroed out in this budget?
That's zeroed out in this budget. Yeah, so you'll see it as an expense and it raises expenditure pro forma, but it will have a corresponding reimbursement for a net neutral impact. Okay. This also accounts for what is becoming an increasingly nagging CalPERS unfunded accrued liability payment that I would squarely put into the annual category. The council recalls us issuing roughly $230 million of pension bonds several years ago to eliminate our unfunded accrued liability. We refinanced that number. For those who follow PERS, we pay a discount rate of a little bit under 7% on any UAL, as it's called. We were able to pay off that debt, if you will, at a fixed rate of roughly 2.7%, saving the city over $100 million over the course of 30 years. The UAL at that point was extinguished under PERS estimates. Over the last few years, that UAL has crept back up due to one of two things: actuarial changes in the life expectancy of our annuitants, and also the PERS's broader funds pro forma performance in the market and in its other real estate investments. In years where it invests and performs better than that 6.75% discount rate, it's called, we see a zero UAL, or we see very modest adjustments to it. In years where they perform at less than that rate, we effectively get sent a bill. And right now, that UAL payment for us on an annual basis is at roughly $4.3 million. Last year, that number was at $3.2 million. Next year's current estimate is for it to be, when I say next year, meaning the 26-27 estimate, is for it to be $4.3 million again. So,
just pardon the interruption. Is there anything we can do to influence that number to bring it lower for us?
Great question. One of the things at some point we may want to look at, and we'll get our most recent actuarial assumption and analysis this summer, July or August, typically PERS releases the annual circular. We may again want to consider refinancing that figure. If the spread between the discount rate and the municipal bond rate is 2% or greater, there may be value in us in fixing that cost. Now, there are other considerations there. We won't, we can go into that more at the right time. There is some hope that this year's number won't see quite the increase that we have in the last few years, because we are seeing the 23-24 realized gains come online for PERS. That was a better than normal year for PERS. And if 24-25 can conclude the June 30 cycle on a positive note, it's possible we'll have 2 consecutive positive years for PERS, which could affect in a positive way our total UAL. So something we're constantly monitoring, but I do not see it extinguishing through its natural attrition. It is something I think that is going to be a realistic part of our budget for the next several years. So That's in part one of the focal points in this budget, and you'll see us talk a little bit more about it as we go through the data. And then the last thing is just preparing for what is a bit of an uncertain economic future. You know, in some forecasts, we might see positive economic growth on a national basis next year, and others, with tariff consideration and everything else, there's real concern. There's trepidation in the market, there's uncertainty. Oftentimes those don't bring about good quality investment and economic growth. So there's hesitation on our part to really get aggressive with revenue generation and increased revenue estimation, and you'll see how that manifests in this budget here in a bit. Next slide, please. All right, so this is the budget in summary. We start with our expected savings at year end. And when I say year end, I mean at the end of the 24-25 fiscal year. And as we crunch the numbers as of the proposed budget, we anticipate having about $2.6 million left over at the conclusion of this fiscal year. That's where we start. That's always our starting position. Our core revenues and transfer in calculation versus our core expenditures and transfer out are roughly balanced. In fact, they're positive. That's a good thing. But the concern I have, and this is where I've always shared some trepidation and hesitancy with you all, is that figure has not yet fully absorbed or incorporated what appears to be a sustained unfunded accrued liability payment for PERS. We've treated that as a separate line item so we can track that very carefully. At some point, we're going to have to pull that UAL payment up to our core expenditure payment and treat that as an ongoing cost, or we're going to have to address it through something different, an alternative means, as I just discussed. So that's what I'm hoping over the next year or two to fully absorb into core so we can come into what I would call full structural balance. We'll see what that implementation strategy looks like here in a little bit. There's a category, what we're calling additional payments and use of funding. We'll go through that a little bit more in one of the subsequent charts. After all of those proposed changes, we're left with a remaining fund balance of roughly $1.4 million. And then you get into what's happening with our proposed decision packages. So on the general fund side, our ongoing structural decision package recommendations actually move us into the black by roughly $338,000. Revenues and savings offset new expenses by $338K. So it's a positive recommendation. Typically, these decision packages are a negative expense for us longer term. So we were careful to make sure that they stayed balanced, and in this case, actually help us structurally. And then, of course, the one-time decision packages reflect effectively the utilization of these other one-time funds we have at our disposal. When it all adds up, you've got about $42,000, a little under $43,000 to allocate if you so choose, or leave untouched, depending on how you make your. Yeah, so be judicious, be judicious. Next slide, please. Okay, on a positive basis, let's talk high-level general fund revenues. The upper half of this chart really focuses on our major tax categories. 3.7% growth year over year, that's positive. You can see the major categories there. Property tax continues to be a big driver for us. Property tax in lieu of VLF, we've got a little bit of a reversal there in the language, as a positive factor. And TOT, while this looks positive, we're up to roughly 9.17 million. What's disappointing about this number is that it's still, in my estimation, roughly 2 million short of what it could be if the city was at full potential. And if we had a hopeful California travel and tourism estimate next year, if you look at the state and national indices, California travel expects a 1% decline in the market year over year. Not sure if that actually will matriculate here locally at quite the same clip. Sometimes staycations manifest. There are different things that can occur. The other thing that's affecting us locally is business travel still hasn't fully restored. A lot of our properties actually rely on that, particularly the Marine Avenue Hotel site. So we are, in my estimation, still under-realized on a TOT basis. If things were humming here, this number could be closer to $11 million. And
I was going to say, is there anything we can do as a city to help our hotels and get them more revenue, more visitors, and more TOT for us? Yeah. At a minimum, just helping them.
Yeah, I mean, I think the more we market our community, the more people know about Redondo Beach being on the map, the more we take care of our neighborhoods and our commercial corridors, the more attractive this city becomes. The council has already done a very wise thing in helping the hoteliers form the Tourism Improvement District, the TID, which allows the larger hotels to assess a individual fee on stays that allows them to then pull that revenue in, roughly $700K a year. For local marketing purposes, you get a presentation presentation from them each and every year. That group does a great job marketing Redondo Beach properties. One thing that will help us is when Legato's hotel property comes online, which currently is estimated to happen late this fall. We will see significant revenue growth, at least from that site. That property itself could very easily generate well over $1 million a year in TOT alone. So there's upside, there's positive horizon here. We just need the local and national market to cooperate. Yes, sir.
Not to throw you off track, but on this subject, Rebecca Elder asked us for an increase to some sort of fee, I guess, that the tourism district was charging to the hotels so that they could promote our hotels more.
Yeah, so the TID currently is allowed to assess a 1% surcharge for the purposes of marketing. They have collected that routinely. That's what's generating the roughly $700,000 to $800,000 a year that they've been spending to market the city. You received that presentation. Last presentation, I recall they had significant reserves. We feel like 1% is still appropriate. The balance test on that request, and it's a fair one on their part, is any surcharge could also be perhaps argued to be an increase to our transient occupancy tax rate of 12%, right? So we're at 12%, they're at 1%. If we raise their rate, you might also ask ourselves, should we first maybe be considering raising our own rate before doing that to more directly put money in our pockets? So, but a fair budget consideration is certainly something we can explore over the coming weeks as part of the hearing process and or into the next fiscal year. We're projecting a flat property transfer tax figure. You know, this number can be as much as even $5 million a year when sales are humming in the community. They're at lows now. 2.3 is roughly what it was last year. We're keeping that flat. We don't see major real estate activity expected to churn next fiscal year. And then you see in the other categories, non-tax revenue, that's the internal service fund allocations, that's fees for service, other items. Transfers in has a lot to do with what's happening with how we pay our pension bonds, how we pay our lease revenue bonds back. So those are generally net neutral categories. What I would focus on is the total tax revenue there and the major drivers, it being roughly 3.7%. That's a positive figure. The rest of the items have a kind of a balance act in the budget themselves. Next slide, please. General fund expenditure. So I mentioned increases to the personnel budget. This is all of those things I referenced, right? This is increases to wages through our multi-year agreements. This is increased projections on overtime to make sure we fully account for that cost. And this is increases to actual projected spending due to increased hiring over the last few years and the fact that we have more staff live and in action here in the community. So 7% growth year over year. Again, that's an estimate. We typically have savings in the personnel category. We try to be conservative here so we don't go under. Oftentimes that spits money back to us at the end of the fiscal year, but that's our current projected spending. Maintenance and operations is down, not because we're cutting core budget, but because M&O each year includes significant carryover resources of a one-time nature that in some cases take multiple years to expend or will be liquidated at the end of the fiscal year. So the change in core budget is really nil, it's flat. This reflects the liquidation of one-time carryover expenses from prior years. The internal services funds, no change there. We addressed that at mid-year. And then you see the slight change in transfers out. So all in all, you've got 123.5 in core expenditures, and you got about 123.5 in core total revenues. Next chart, please. Okay, two categories here. I mentioned that additional payments and sources of funds. So this is a reflection of how we're effectively managing that unfunded accrued liability payment that's just under 4.3 million. And this is really one of the more critical elements of this budget is for us to be balanced and to cover that cost, we're relying on $3.5 million transfer from our pension reserve account, which currently has roughly $8 million in it. And the council has been, through policy, slowly funding, expecting this smoothing transition strategy over the next few years. So we're at that point. If you had asked me a year ago how much of this money I was hoping to spend, it was going to be $2 million, not 3.5. If TOT had been where we had hoped it would be at that $11 million figure as opposed to 9.1, that number would have been slightly less than that. So we're a little bit behind schedule, if you will, in terms of this implementation strategy, absorbing the UAL into our core expenses. It could have been worse. It could have been better. I'm just grateful for the city's prudence and our commitment to saving and creating that pension reserve fund.
And what happens when that fund reaches zero?
It's no longer available to us, yeah. Now, what has happened in years past is when we've received excess funds, we've oftentimes set that aside and replenished. So for now, if this action is ultimately approved, that number will go from $8 million to roughly $4.5 million. And then at year end, if there's excess funds beyond the 2.6 we estimate, there might be an opportunity for us to replenish it in some respect. So that would be the first recommendation we would make.
If we refinance, can we lessen that impact?
We can certainly for future years, but we will, even with the refinancing, we'll have some ongoing fiscal commitment. We won't perhaps have the $4.3 million annualized payment, but we'll have a
So there's no way to
$2.5 or
affect
$3
this
million.
year's
Yeah,
if we do
yeah, we're going to have some ongoing fiscal obligation associated with this EOAL unless PERS over the next few years goes gangbusters with investments and is able to claw that back.
Right.
That ain't going to happen. So just to put it in very fine English. Now, the other thing that I mentioned is we have some upfront costs associated with Measure FP. Those are netted out through bond proceeds on a future basis. But one of the ironic things about the budget is because of our 8.33% economic contingency reserve policy, whenever spending goes up, and our spending is going up, we reserve more money associated with that program. So while we're taking money out of the pension reserve account, which is more of our revolving door reserve figure, a set aside, we're actually putting some money in this instance, $423,000 into the economic contingency reserve account. So we're drawing from one reserve to put some fraction of that in another. In my history, we've never touched or utilized the economic contingency reserve account. I'm hoping that continues for many, many decades to come.
The balances on that?
It's going to be a little over $9 million after this tranche.
Excuse me, so we actually have a separate reserve account for that as opposed to just sort of allocating it in our cash accounts for our general fund?
Well, we sequester it as a reserve as a starting point in our fund balance calculation. So it is in cash.
Right.
But it is held outside of allocations.
Okay.
Yeah.
8.33%?
Of total spending.
1 month of our total spending.
So when you factor that in, that's the $1.1 million draw you saw in the earlier chart. And then the decision packages, as I mentioned, on a general fund basis are net positive on an ongoing consideration. The other funds show an ongoing cost of $2.1 million. I want to make sure I put a fine point on that. A little over $1 million of that 2.1 is for federally funded transit operations. So that is a third-party expense. Separate from that, a good chunk of that is for a new position in the Community Services Department that'll be funded through a Measure A grant allocation. So that's separately funded as well. And then we have beyond that utility costs associated with some of our enterprise funds. So separate from the general fund, but structural in the enterprise funds, if you will, and in most instances supported by other third-party money. And then we have the one-time expenses in the other funds really for things like annual information technology equipment replacement, vehicle replacement, communications, systems replacements as part of our regular cycle and schedule for repair and refreshment there. Okay, next slide, please. We, of course, are also proposing a capital plan. At your June 10th hearing, you'll get this in more detail. But in summary, the proposed fiscal year 25-26 allocation would have about $94 million of total CIP funds. That's a wonderful number for us. I'll point you to the top figure there, $29.7 million of new money. That's fantastic. About $24 million of that, a little under $24 million of that is actually through third-party competitive grant funds. And I'm not including the shooting range in this figure. This is through Metro Regional Measure R, Measure M money, MAT money. Our public works staff have done a tremendous job going out, competing for funds and obtaining funds. Almost $24 million of new monies through competitive grant acquisitions. That's huge. That's what's driving our capital program right now. So really pleased with that. Another very deliberate reality is you'll see the number of total projects, 104 projects. Last year, CIP had 126. We're actively trying to consolidate resources into single programs that we can better act on and produce for you. So I'd love to see that number of total projects down to under 100. Ideally, I think we'd be in the 80 to 90 category, because as you can see below, we're completing typically 20 to 25 projects a year. And if we're holding true to the 5-year plan, that's our sweet spot. So again, a very robust capital program. Street improvements continue to dominate our structure there. And by the way, this doesn't include Measure FP. So we've got 104 projects, and then we've got 4 really important projects that in effect are off the CIP books until the bond proceeds are issued, and then they will become a very real part of our CIP. Nonetheless, work on those efforts continues.
Not include the firing range.
This does not, the CIP includes 1.1 million of discretionary set aside to support that effort.
Not the grant.
It doesn't include the somewhere between $17 and $20 million grant request.
That's one of the 104 projects.
That is one of the 104 projects, correct. As is, put another point on it, 6 of our public art projects. So of the 104, we have identified each of our John Parsons public art funded projects as a separate standalone CIP in this tracking mechanism now. Next slide, please. Our calendar, this is very clear to you. Tonight's introduction, the June 3rd hearing will focus on operations. And we'll have all of our department heads there for you to answer any questions associated with decision packages or core services, et cetera. On June 10th, you'll primarily hear from Jesse and Andy Wingy and the Public Works team on proposed capital. And then Budget and Finance Commission will have its opportunity for the more formalized review on June 12th. And then on June 17th, assuming all goes well, and you can coalesce around a budget motion, we will officially adopt the budget at that meeting. There is a 4th Tuesday in the month. If you needed it, I certainly hope we don't. And I hope we can plan and schedule adoption there at that 3rd hearing on the 17th. All of these meetings, including tonight's meeting, were advertised, if you will, in the Beach Reporter and Easy Reader. We do a full page spread now to try to make people aware of our structure and calendar here. Hopefully we'll get good input along the way. Last slide. So our actions tonight, again, it's a receive and file night, and then really to provide direction to us on additional budget response reports. We've got 45 currently on the list that I looked at this afternoon. I hope we've captured all of your interest. I've received a few emails here in the last couple days. We've pulled that information into the listing as well. Tonight is an opportunity for you tonight to give us any other direction, ask any additional questions you might like to see. And we'll respond to those related to the budget, perhaps to the decision packages, perhaps not related, perhaps completely extemporaneous to what we've got in the proposed document. We're here for you. We are somewhat running out of time. I mean, what I would strongly suggest is we don't get any more BRRs after perhaps the June 3rd meeting. Once we get to June 3rd, it's going to be very difficult for us to get you a BRR by June 17th. I mean, it's hard for us to turn that around. So for that material to be, I think, accretive to your decision-making process, ideally, we're depositing those BRRs for you effectively on June 10th at the last, and then maybe with a few trickling in your packet for the June 17th meeting. So that's our structure. One other point probably of interest, we have, as I said, 52 decision packages. 35 of those, I believe, are general fund related, and they reflect really strongly those themes that I mentioned earlier. We have 7 categories historically for our decision package considerations. There is one category that we didn't deploy this year because, frankly, the recommendations we got also actually were consistent with some of the other criterion. I did this last year. I added a category for commission and citizen recommended budget actions. The commission recommendations I got in my roadshow, if you will, were really all consistent with our other criterion. So it made more sense for those decision packages to be referenced there. The input from the commissions was fabulous. Love it. We'll continue to do that. It's helpful to us as we think it through. But I didn't want to have a zeroed out category, and it would have been awkward for us to reference them in 2 different places. And candidly, there is a little bit more judiciousness with this. We don't have the ability to act on all of the nice to haves, if you will, in the budget like we have had in the past. So that's why that category is not in the list this year. We just didn't have any that exclusively met that requirement. So that said, I did get to just about all the commissions and did appreciate the conversations I had with them. It's always helpful. And we will be talking again at least the Budget and Finance Commission before this is all over. So that's what we have for you tonight. Here, if you have any initial questions or suggestions on BRRs, The department head team.
Suggest no more BRR.
I like that. I'll take that one.
So first off, thank you. I know, I know you've been holed up in your office quite a bit and even working from home on this. And I know I left the one night at 10:30 and Stephanie's car was still in the parking lot. So I know this was a lot to put this together and certainly appreciate the work. It does look like there's not much discretionary budget this year, so I'm not sure what we're going to do with all those BRRs, but it doesn't sound like we have a lot of excess to 42K.
I'm open to creative revenue ideas. You got them, we'll take them,
Yeah.
so.
Well, yeah, the net positive would be good to consider. I did have one question. I only received the hard copy today and barely had a time to look at it. With Measure FP coming up, there's probably some maintenance items and investments in the facilities that we would put off now since we're going to tear down and rebuild. Is that reflected in this budget?
Yeah, for the most part, it's reflected on our recommendations. In fact, you all got in front of that a little bit with your motion last year. You might remember there was an if-then scenario. If Measure FP passed, a couple of the proposed projects that were related to police and fire facility maintenance, deferred maintenance efforts were actually redirected to your shooting range project. So that money has been transferred effectively in this. That's reflective in here.
So your maintenance costs are reflective of not delaying that or
deferring,
not doing it because we're going to rebuild?
Yeah, deferring those that we felt were not helpful to the facilities.
Yeah, we're not critical.
Over the next 2 to 3 years, right? Like we know we're going to be operating out of this space for at least another year or two. So any items that were helpful for that time frame, we kept. Anything that was more of a longer term deferred maintenance item, we ultimately reallocated.
Okay. Okay, that's all I had. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, city staff, for this work that you've done. It's very important. And I thought it was easy to read, easy to follow, and I like the format a lot. Yeah. I had a question about the city has an investment portfolio, roughly $100 million. Those funds are invested in various categories. The city achieves and receives a certain return on that portfolio, a yield. Is that, and that comes out to roughly $1 million or so a year, more? What's that number, our return? So we have money parked in liquid investments for the most part. It gets a return, whether it's through treasuries, money market, the new vehicle that we approved. How much is that return cash? And where, if anywhere, is it captured in the budget?
Yeah, I'll answer that on a high level basis and I'll let Stephanie give you the particulars. But yes, correct. We have holdings that accrue interest. We collect that interest and we book it as revenue and anticipated revenue in the budget.
Booked as revenue.
It's booked as revenue, anticipated, estimated revenue, I think investment returns, depending on the category. I'll let Stephanie answer the specific amount this year. It's, I think, roughly $1 million or less than $1 million.
It's about $1 million in the general fund for fiscal year 24-25, and we projected a little bit less than that for the upcoming fiscal year, just based on kind of the uncertainties in the market. You can find that within our general fund categories in the use of money and property category.
Use of money and property?
Yeah, it's called use of money and property. So that contains primarily the investment returns and then our general fund lease agreements. So those are primarily our ground lease agreement and then a couple general funded city facilities.
Okay.
And the interest that we collect from our investments, there's a formula, I believe it's 50% of that gets allocated directly into the general fund and the other is kept, as separate as money that the treasurer can continue to invest.
Okay. Okay, good to know for the treasurer. And the treasurer's not here tonight?
He's traveling, he's out of town. Yeah.
Okay. So maybe it's a question for the treasurer. Just looking back at our last report, our benchmark is like, 129 basis points or something below, I don't want to say where it should be, but that kind of translates to a lot of cash on the table we're not booking as revenue. And so we'll wait for the treasurer when he's here. Maybe he can answer how we can maybe get that revenue up. If possible, I know it has to be liquid. There's a safety consideration, but we'll save that discussion for the treasurer. It'd be nice to be booking more revenue to the extent we can. Maybe that's something to think about.
And just separately, we have worked on a study of our CalPERS liability and our CalPERS assets. Could we get that table from that one presentation, or if it's updated, if we have the actuarial numbers. And that shows how that $4 million is created every year.
Yeah, we'll put a BRR together for that if you like. Yeah, we can just attach the PowerPoint and give you some context. Yeah.
Okay.
And I would just say, we're lucky to have here the former chair of the Budget and Finance. I was wondering, how does this guy know all this stuff? But former chair of the Budget and Finance Commission. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Obashi.
All right, thank you for the budget. Thank you for including on there in the capital improvement program, repaving 2 blocks of Grant Avenue and coming up with a strategy, at least to start to achieve progress on that street with regard to the road pavement. Thank you also for the great investment in the capital improvement program in our roads and our bike lanes using grant money, 85% grant money, I think I heard. That's huge, and that's putting Redondo Beach on the map in our region as far as implementing our bicycle master plan, bringing great pride to us and residents. One concern I had as I read the note on page 12 of the budget regarding how we could increase revenue side is it doesn't include a mention of a discussion regarding increasing the transient occupancy tax.
Right.
And specifically, when I look at the budget that we passed last year, per BRR 50, return with discussion potentially raising transient occupancy tax. And unless my memory is that terrible, I don't think we ever had the discussion about raising the transient occupancy tax in the last year.
We had I think we presented the BRR, but we didn't pick up the discussion, I believe.
Okay, so I thought we would have a discussion sometime this year. I think that was in the motion. So that was an opportunity to have potentially started down the road of increasing revenue through one avenue if the council decided on that. That now we'll be missing out this year.
And Councilman, on that note, I will say that the additional revenue concepts I included in the message, I felt were kind of new. It's important to note that transient occupancy tax increase as well as a sales and possessory use tax are the options I've sort of shadowed or foreshadowed in prior budget messages. I didn't want to continue to be redundant with that, but those are absolutely always options to the council if those are initiatives you'd like to pursue.
Okay. And then the sharing with other public agencies, I'm so glad that we got, I see Hermosa Beach Fire Service contract on here. I see that that's a possibility. The Redondo Beach Unified School District, I think we had that on the budget motion last year also, and we haven't gotten anything. And I don't blame them. I had a meeting with Dr. Wesley. I understand that they're just in a tough spot. The state's not giving them the support that they need to educate. And so I don't think we can count on them to right now to chip in for costs, city costs. So
one thing we were successful in doing over the course of this year that actually,
I mean, how are you going to beat? Where are you going to beat? Beat some juice out of a.
Yeah, you might have noticed on today's consent calendar item, we actually had an increased contract to the prosecution services agreement with Hermosa Beach. We increased the annual revenue from $200,000 to $225,000. It has a 4-year escalator that will take it to $300,000 3.5 years from now, 4 years from now, and then with an ongoing evergreen 5% COLA thereafter. So we've brought that one up to market. Joy and I had a meeting with their team several weeks ago, and we were able to at least achieve some success there.
Good job on that. Thank you. I did see that. Thank you, Ms. City Attorney. I will say, actually, I went to orientation just to inform why you just heard that from me. I went to an orientation for kindergarten for my daughter last week, and the principal stood up at the front and said, look, you need to plan your vacations around the school schedule. Why? Not because we need your kid to get educated. Because if your kid misses school, we will lose money for every day your kid is out of school. That's when I realized, okay, their budget situation is serious. And I'm gonna have to write a check if I want to pull my daughter out of school. All right.
Maybe you just put, well, no, it's fine. I'm not gonna say it.
Discussion for another day. All right, another point since we're in discussion that I wanted to make to council is that we had a discussion last year about whether to put meters on Redondo.
Yeah.
There's a portion of Redondo that is, that does not have meters on it. And I want to show you a video that's one of three, actually, that I have. 2B, please, Madam Clerk. And I'm not going to show all three, but I just want you to see exactly what I see on Redondo pretty much every single time I drive it, morning or afternoon. All right, so you see, this is our parking. Our parking meters are empty. Okay, then you go up to I'll fast forward a little bit. You go up to the other part of Redondo, and you see it is packed where the free parking is. And so what the budget response report last year told us was that if we put parking meters there, people would probably not park there very much, and it would be more cost than we'd recover. But that's probably based on the data that we had on the parking meters we have in the other part of Redondo. What I posit to you is that by leaving that free parking right there, we are cheating ourselves. We're cheating the city of Redondo Beach out of money from parking meters, because they're not parking at our meters, they're parking where free parking exists, where there's no limit on the duration they can park except for the street cleaning period in the middle of the night.
We may be just subsidizing Hermosa Beach residents.
Right,
parking
exactly.
there.
And so if you had meters there or you had no parking there, people then would have to choose between paying the Redondo rate, paying the Hermosa rate, or buying the Redondo Beach parking permit. And so I think we have to do something here. And the city manager, in discussions with him, has suggested eliminating some of the parking and making a right turn lane, because when you do have congestion at the beach, there's a lot of backup there trying to get off of Redondo. But I think
Yeah,
we do need
the
to do
consideration is if, at the tail end, if you back that video up a little bit, see the spots towards the end? There's an ability for us to reintroduce the second through lane across PCH onto Redondo. We have 2 lanes of traffic east of PCH. We're consolidated to 1 right now because we had to squeeze this parking in. The problem with eliminating parking in this zone, as you know, is the no net loss rule under our LCP. So we'd either have to redirect or reallocate that parking, or we'd have to make a compelling case to coastal to say coastal access is better served by traffic egress in this instance than the parking that's there. So it wouldn't require elimination of all the spaces, but we could eliminate some of the spaces, I think, and recapture that lane in a fruitful way.
All right, and these
Just a point
vans,
for
by the way,
consideration.
were parked here multiple days. I'm assuming they moved because they must have been ticketed if they did. But I just wanted to flag that as an issue.
Are you moving away from that issue? I just had a quick comment.
Yeah.
Well, I see the video. I'd want to get a lot of input from the District 2 council member before we do any kind of structural, even consider structural changes of that type there, because I don't know the lay of that land and what's going on, but I appreciate you raising it for discussion at a minimum.
And I remember reading last year, wasn't the cost of implementing and putting in new meters basically offset by what we were going to collect? So net.
At least for the first year, but yeah, and we could certainly rework that BRR for you, update it to give you current projections based on current meter expenses. The one thing that it was going to take some time for us to collect net revenue based on the cost of investment. But what is happening, and I think the point that Councilmember Obaji makes is fair, is that we're seeing a depreciation in our other locations as a result of it, because people are choosing to park there as opposed to choosing to park in our meters. So that BR didn't account for sort of the loss leader, if you will, for people's personal choices. So we can, if you'd like, we can certainly update that BR and bring it back to you. It wouldn't be that hard to return with. It's your call.
Could we please bring back, if you're up for that, Councilmember Castle?
That, and also opening up that second lane, because right now what happens, and I think it's in part due to the bike lane there and the slanted diagonal parking, is that on a regular basis, traffic backs up so far that it takes 3 to 4 cycles to get through that intersection from that direction. Where before that lane, when it was 2 lanes, you could actually get through there. And part of the issue is that there's no right turn, just given the complexity of the intersection. But taking it down to 1 lane has, created sort of a roadblock on that major artery.
So
where are we going to gain the I mean, is that part of the BRR where we?
Yeah, we'd have to give you some options on that, or we'd have to make, we'd have to try to make a case to coastal that in this instance, it's worth the impact. But we'll identify how many lost spaces would be accretive to traffic flow there, and then figure out if we could relocate them, if there's any strategy there. And then, of course, we'll give you an updated cost on meters if you're interested in it.
Awesome, thanks.
I'll just echo what your video shows. I park down there regularly, and I park at the pay parking because I got a pass, and it's always open. I can always find a spot. So,
Yeah.
I think we are losing revenue
By giving them the escape valve effectively.
Yeah, because it's not that far to walk down
Because
there.
you might remember we added parking as part of that BRR to Francisco, metered parking in part because we wanted turnover.
Also empty.
One of the complaints, yeah,
That's
also
where I
empty.
park.
And one of the complaints we get from Hermosa, ironically, are people parking in those spots, the free spots, basically without enforcement and leaving business vehicles and other things there indefinitely. So there are other things that would be solved, other problems that would be solved by metered parking in that location.
Right now, I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett. Withdrawn? Okay, I have no other. Okay, anyone from the public wish to address the council on this item? We have a card. Lavia McMorrin? Did I say that right?
So close. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name's Laura McMorrin.
Oh, Laura.
Laura.
Looks like a V, sorry.
I'm a resident of Redondo Beach, and at the southeast corner of PCH and PV is a new mixed-use development known as Legato. This development possesses 700 linear feet of frontage, and unfortunately, it provided 0 street trees and offers 40 or so linear feet of the most pathetic parkway landscaping ever planted. Across PCH and Torrance, a person can pleasantly walk on their sidewalk. It has parkway trees, it has landscape parkway, and that buffers the residents from the vehicles. Ironically, Redondo's project renderings show how a lovely landscape parkway and big, beautiful street trees, but that's not what we got. So here's the ask. I'm asking you to make it right. I ask that you bring Redondo's sidewalk on par with Torrance. This is a proposed CIP project, and it could have been avoided if, as in other cities, the developer would have paid for and installed these improvements. So as mentioned tonight, if you're not going to do it for the residents, we're going to have tourists there. Legato Hotel having TOT dollars, new revenue, but a very unpleasant experience on PCH. The bigger concern here is the status quo. With tree attrition, unrestricted tree removal, and very few planting requirements, Redondo has 2 futures: shrink our tree canopy or use public dollars to fund tree plantings. I ask you to reject both futures. As stewards of our taxpayer dollars, I ask each and every council member, or at least 3 of you, to use our scarce tax dollars wisely and change the way things are done going forward. But in the present, fix PV and PCH's frontage and provide parkway landscaping and street trees. Thank you.
Mayor, if I could, it's worth addressing, I think, because it's an important point, and we share the sentiment. That is a temporary condition. The parkway trees will be installed. Caltrans asked the developer to hold off on their installation because a portion of that sidewalk will be part of their right turn lane installation that's coming with their 25, 26 right-of-way project, I believe. So Caltrans actually delayed that installation. Once that project is complete on Caltrans's side, the parkway trees will be installed. So that is coming, that is pending. We've heard that concern in the past. That was not, that's not the ultimate outcome anybody's desiring. Caltrans asked us to wait on that because it was ultimately going to require relocation.
Is it budget related or project?
It's tree related.
I'd like to stick to the budget. We can,
It's related to the budget.
okay, go ahead.
In our strategic plan, we asked for staff to inventory all the trees in the city and then develop a goal for us to expand the tree canopy here. So I'm not sure that's provided for in the budget because I haven't totally read through the budget yet, but in years past, we've allocated money towards that.
Core budget anticipates in some of our one-time funds and tree trimming supplemental resources that you'll see in the decision package actually support over 200 new tree installations next fiscal year.
All right, awesome.
Unrelated, somebody left.
I'm sorry, you only get one.
Well, just give it to me. And I'll,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Left the kids.
oh, we'll call us. Okay.
Free iPad. Anyone else wish to address the council?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Mara Santos, and I'm the acting president for the Redondo Beach Chamber of Commerce. And I am here on behalf of the Redondo Beach Chamber of Commerce leadership and board of directors, asking for your consideration to ask for additional fee waivers for a Super Bowl 10K. In the past, our Super Bowl 10K was part of the signature event for the city, and it's no longer a signature event with you guys, but also the fees are continuing increasing for us. And as additional safety measures have come down, we asked for additional fee waivers. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on the budget or the CIP? Anyone online?
I have new e-comments and, wait a minute. Okay, yeah. I have the treasurer, Eugene Solomon, on. Would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, members of the council. Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach City Treasurer. I'd like to answer some of Councilmember Barron's questions. The return on our investment portfolio is approximately $1.5 million. Of that, 60% goes to the general fund and 40% goes into pool funds. We follow the guidelines of our investment policy strictly, adhering to the primary functions, the primary responsibilities, which are liquidity and safety, and at the very last, yield. The benchmark that the council member mentions and what our rate of return is affected greatly by investments that were made several years ago. For example, we have many investments that were made 5 years ago that are paying less than 1% as a yield. So that rate risk, that long-term duration risk, are affecting our overall portfolio returns. As those maturities come due and we're able to reinvest, we can look to better returns. In the current market rate environment, we had 20 plus years of low rates, and now they're returning to norm. So while we look to maximize in the most conservative way, focusing on safety and liquidity as the primary and most important portions of our responsibilities, that is the benchmark, along with adherence to the fiscal policies set forth. When the opportunities present themselves, we do look to yield as another responsibility of our portfolio. As we go forward and we budget, we'll work with the finance department and the city manager's office and the council to identify those opportunities as they present themselves. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Any questions for the city treasurer?
Not tonight.
Okay, not tonight. Get off easy, Eugene. Thank you. Anyone else?
That's it. That concludes the Zoom.
Okay. Any BRRs that you wanted to talk about?
Do you want BRRs now, or do you want to wait for?
While we're on this topic, we might as well.
Sure. As long as he invited one. Can I have a BRR for light pole banner hardware replacement in the Riviera Village? If Mike Klein was here, he would know exactly what I was talking about.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay.
Nothing from me tonight.
Councilmember Kalajerovic?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji?
Nothing else, thank you.
Councilmember Barrett?
No.
Okay. Can I get a motion to receive and file?
I move to receive and file.
Second.
All four?
Aye.
Okay, that's it. Thank you. Thank you. Well done. Thanks for all the work. That doesn't mean we reviewed it yet, though.
Consider approved? Wait, no, I'm kidding.
Okay, the ball is in your court. City manager items.
Nothing this evening. The budget covered it. We've got 3 hearings in June. We do not have a meeting next Tuesday. There is a correspondence from the school district requesting a joint meeting among both agencies. You may be talking a little bit about your calendaring offline, but just FYI. I think that's all we have for May, and then we'll be back at it in June for 3 consecutive Tuesdays.
Okay. Now, mayor and council referrals to staff. I just want to confirm, we talked about the reviewing the military reservist pay policy and process. Is that, you said we don't need a referral to
Yeah,
that?
that's
You can-
something, if there's a update, I think, in consistency we need to have between our MOUs and our ordinance. So I've talked to Ms. Ford about that. We'll look to
So you
reconcile
don't need a
that.
referral?
No,
to
we
do
don't need
that?
a referral. That's something we'll
Okay.
work through a
I
normal
mean, that's
administrative
important to me
course.
having, I'm a vet.
No, and it's,
important to me,
and the
so.
clarification is necessary. We have an inconsistency between what's in the fairly old code language versus what we're doing as a matter of course and practice in our MOUs in compliance with state and federal law, so.
Okay, that's all I had then. Councilmember Waller?
I do have a referral to staff. I'd like to have a discussion about the Riviera Village parking requirements for new businesses. Have the council look into that.
Second bit.
What specifically? Like,
Yeah.
What do you mean? Are you talking about in terms of types of business and parking requirements, or?
The understanding is that the parking requirements were relaxed significantly, specifically for by types of business. And it affects the mix of businesses in the village. It was done originally to encourage more restaurants. And so the Riviera Village Association is concerned that the mix is swinging too far over. And so they'd like to be able to, their idea was to go back to what was there before, but we should have a discussion to see what should the parking requirements be. If they were great before, then we could restore to what they were before. Otherwise, figure out parking requirements that would aid a good, solid mix of types of businesses in the village.
Can I ask?
Beyond that, that's a little dirty because we relaxed the requirements during COVID.
This
Well,
was
We took
previous
up
to
parking
COVID.
spaces.
Yeah, beyond that, and we have to be careful about not spending too much time on the subject, but beyond that, there's the COVID, there's the temporary use permit standards, there's the dining decks that we approved through that process as well. So that's affecting some of the activity down there. I think the referral would be for us to, I think we'd put this likely, if you were all to support this, we'd put this into the mix of preferred uses and kind of the regulatory framework associated with that. And in this instance, do we want to make changes that would, in a sense, prioritize the balance that has historically been there on the retail side, as opposed to what has been a quick population of restaurants? So this is a concept that's come up. This is something that would get into that kind of not general plan phase 2 construct, but that discussion about preferred business uses and types and regulatory framework that would come out of the economic development subcommittee work. So it could easily be thrown into that mix. I don't necessarily think you have to take a formal action on it anytime soon. It's just for point of discussion, I think.
Okay.
So Are you saying we don't need the referral?
I mean, if you're comfortable with it being thrown into that conversation, yeah, I think the referral's fine. If you're looking, if you want it to be a more specific standalone issue that's happening more quickly than that, we probably need everybody consent to that.
Up to the motion maker.
Yeah, can I ask?
I'm okay delaying this a little bit, as long as it does get considered, just because it's been a growing concern.
Withdrawing the,
No,
To the economic.
You're throwing it to the committee initially, or?
that's what he's talking about.
Okay. I think I'd like to keep it here so we could at least discuss it first. We may then discuss it and then kick it to the committee, but I think I'd rather have the council talk.
I'll second it just for a discussion.
And before we do, could I ask just a couple quick questions? I always ask this. Have you discussed this yet with the mayor or city manager and any other council person? Like or is this the first time it's being raised?
Actually, I have discussed with both the mayor and the city manager.
Okay. I always ask that because it's best that in the past, we've had stuff like that would come up and it was like, where did that come from? Have you talked to anybody? And then it was, what is this? Okay, thank you for doing that. Sorry, go ahead. No, please, I mean, and it's in the Riviera Village, that's your district, it sounds important too. The only question I have for the city manager is, logistically, you're juggling a lot of different stuff, you're quarterbacking the economic subcommittee, you got these other things going on. What works best, you understand the concept, what works best that will still achieve what's being requested?
Yeah, it's going to be appropriate, I think, to be vetted against and probably actualized during text amendments associated with economic development initiatives. That's when I think implementation of this will occur, but the discussion of that, obviously you can have that kickoff discussion separate from that work, and I think that's where it's going to get ultimately thrown in for implementation, because it's going to require effectively Mark, who's finally gone home for the night, I think. It's going to require his work effort, and as you know, Mark's plate is quite full.
Yes.
So we can have the initial conversation sometime this summer as a kickoff and introductory concept, much like we have done with other items. But I think ultimately the work on it, the text amendment work itself is going to get thrown into that preferred use discussion.
Preferred, yeah. Does that work for you or do you prefer more? Okay, well then I'm fine with it. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. And then I just had one more question for Mike. In terms of just the parkettes, wasn't that allowed sort of under the short-term approval from the Coastal Commission?
Well, let's not talk the details here.
Okay.
This is an agenda.
I'll answer that
Do we
offline.
want to have this as a referral to staff, or do we want it in the Economic Development Council? So
Okay.
you still want us to vote on whether it's a
Yes.
referral to staff? Okay, so I'll call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Castle.
Definitely.
Councilmember Kalijavich. Councilmember Abaji.
Yeah, can I make a referral for a discussion about whether to implement the fee for doctor to your door that we decided to implement last budget, please?
What does that mean?
Medic to your door, when people get medical treatment from the fire department.
Paramedic assessment fee.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Isn't that part of the?
Is that part of the budget discussion?
Yeah, wasn't
Well,
that
There's
one
no
of the?
decision packet to,
Implementation of that action, it requires a contract. We can certainly have discussion about that contract, status of that contract, preparation of the contract as a standalone item. That's how that would ultimately get implemented.
right.
You can, but also you can massage the value of that revenue estimate, if you like, through the budget. There's that option too. But
Does your budget assume that we're charging those fees or not?
zero in the budget for that fee.
We were.
We did, we passed it last time, it didn't go in,
It
so.
requi- it
So I'm
requires-
trying now not to put it in the budget because
Right,
that doesn't seem like
exactly.
a reliable way to get it passed. And now it does a standalone item.
Okay, we got it.
So
So you
is
want
this,
to make a referral to do that?
Yeah,
A
if
second?
there's a second.
Is there a second?
There's an implementing contract that the discussion would revolve around.
Sure.
Can I just say it? So we can't have that discussion as part of this budget and not, are you making the referral to be part of the budget?
No, just a standalone discussion item as to Are we entering,
He's
are
saying
we
we
directing
voted on it in
staff
the
to
last
go
budget,
into
didn't
the?
happen, so he
So
wants us to
are we directing staff to
Okay.
enter into a contract and authorize the mayor to
Yeah,
sign
yeah.
that contract?
And
for
if,
the services?
understood, and if we are, is the most efficient and time-effective way of doing that is just having that discussion as part of the budget and giving direction if there's policy behind that, as opposed to waiting until some other X date.
What I would suggest is we have the discussion on that implementation in June before you adopt the budget.
What do you think of that?
Sure, that's what the motion is for.
All right, I'm in favor.
Okay, so you're a second, all four?
There was a second, there was a.
Aye.
Aye.
All four?
Aye.
Anybody against? Okay. Anything else, Councilmember Obaji?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Barron?
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I did have an item. I don't know if it'd be characterized as a referral, maybe it's more of a question. So we had this amazing fireworks show last year.
Yes.
Great job. And it was enjoyed by Redondo Beach residents, businesses, and those from surrounding cities. And at the end of the evening, when everyone wanted to go home, things kind of turned a little, traffic was snarled, especially if you were heading north from the pier. And it created a lot of angst and kind of turned a very happy event into, a traffic issue. So is there a way that city staff can maybe interface with our neighboring cities and work on a better traffic flow where, safety first, if they can't just cut off streets, it may be better coordinate with us so we could all have sort of a happy end to the evening.
Yeah, I initiated that conversation with the city manager of Hermosa Beach a couple months back.
Yeah.
We'll have to resurrect that conversation with, it appears, new personnel in
Okay.
June. So it's on my radar. It's, if it's not already, it's on PD's radar. They're aware of that issue as well. But we're going to need to work with their personnel
Okay.
to, what happened is Hermosa effectively closed northbound Harbor Drive. So we're going to need to
closed.
get them to reconsider that.
Okay.
So,
And we could work with them and try to come up with a solution that's amenable to everyone. And yeah, okay. Well, thank you for that. And thank you, Mayor, for asking.
Okay, I don't have any.
that's it.
Okay, so with that, I'll
To adjourn.
get, yeah,
Second?
you're ahead of me. And that's till June 3rd. Okay, we have a motion and a second,
Potential
all four?
Pride celebration.
Okay,
Pride,
thanks, everybody.
Pride Day.
Good meeting.